And we're going to get right back to where we left off. I don't remember what we were doing, but we were doing it. So we've been working at slowly turning the area outside our base into a vacuum. Food is horrendously bad right now, which is an immediate issue. Let out that gas. What gas am I letting out? We're trying to contain the gas, not let it out. We want to put it away. Restarting the air colony? Yes, we were waiting for the teleporter to come back online so we could send the farming person across. So I can't do that yet. It's still on cooldown. And we're doing that. Getting rid of all this platform. Ooh, this is actually good. We're gonna hold on to actually accepting that. Because what I can do is if I put an incubator down here, I can incubate the eggs down here. I may not even have to do that. Alright. So we're going to try a couple things. First, I'm going to put a storage bin here. And the only thing it'll accept is those larva eggs. And then when they put them in there, we'll drop it back on the ground. The second thing we'll do is under food, incubator. You need 240 power. Which I will get from somewhere, I'm sure. Somewhere whose power grid is not already overloaded. Which I don't believe actually exists. I'm pretty sure all of our power grids. So that one's already at 280. That's the same power grid. That one's got spare power to go. And it wouldn't be hugely out of the way to connect those. I think that's what we do. Oh, wait, I won't be able to go through the door, will I? I could take this pump off of that system easy enough. I could just run the cable down there, disconnect this cable all the way up here, and that frees up 240 power, which I believe is about the same that requires. So I think that's what I'm going to do. So we're going to run a power line straight down here. Just ignore all of that, that's fine. We'll do this. Pretend that part doesn't exist. I will deconstruct you. And you. I'll deconstruct the bridge there. And it'll go power. Take the heavy watt cable. Move it from there. And there. And I should be able to turn that whole system back online. And honestly, we could probably convert this to natural gas at this point with how much natural gas I got sitting around here. What? Try that again. Alright. Let's actually go ahead... How far away would my natural gas pipes be? Probably nowhere remotely nearby, right? I don't even know how to begin to get that over here. Why are people setting off fireworks? Like, right here setting off fireworks. And it's not like mistaken gunshots. It's very clearly fireworks. I don't understand, people. It's almost the 4th of July. Almost the 4th of July, as in June's about to start. But it's Memorial Day is tomorrow. I mean, don't get me wrong, that never stops people in Florida from doing stuff like that, if I'm being honest. But alright, so I need to get over there. You really think people care that they have reason to celebrate? Well, they will care when the police show up, because they're not supposed to be firing off fireworks in, you know, a developed area. Like, I mean, even for 4th of July, you're really restricted on what fireworks you're allowed to use because, you know, people don't want their homes burned down. It's legal as long as there's no drought. Not here. When you're inside, like, city areas and that, you're not allowed to set off... There's, like, really big limitations. We're talking... These people are setting off, like, mortars, by the way. And they're not talking about, like, sparklers or, you know, little stuff like that. That's fine. But, like, setting off, like, full-blown mortars... Yeah, I can assure you, Luxray, that mortars are not allowed to be set off where you're at. I have directly worked with the fire department. They're very not allowed to do that. They might get away with it, but there's a difference between getting away with it and being illegal. Fireworks laws are city to city. Yeah, all I can say is, having been in both a more conservative and a less conservative city in Florida, like at different points, neither of them was it allowed, and they're in different counties as well. So maybe it's just the area, but yeah. Let's see, we don't enforce our ordinance of fireworks here unless we are in drought. It is super dry and past 11 p.m. They're still shooting them off. Yeah. In my suburb of Texas, there's nothing bigger than sparklers. Houston, basically, whatever you want. Interesting. You live near the center state? Yeah, I'm also near the center. I'm in Central Florida. Like, and don't get me wrong, there are places that get licenses and they're allowed to do it. But it's, you know, just firing off fireworks because you feel like it. Again, we're talking mortars. We're not talking like sparklers or the little ones you sit on the ground, they shoot sparks up in the air and stuff like that. That's all fine. But it's the ones that you get like the tube and you launch the thing like 50 feet in the air or 40 feet in the air and then it bursts into a big thing. Those you have to have special permits not. You DM'd me the city. You're talking about on Twitch. I don't actually have the Twitch website up. But yeah, I can check after stream or whatever. But like I said, I do know they're not supposed to do it here. Because I have actually had to sit there and, like, when someone is, like, very much getting out of hand, where it's like, no, really, it's really not safe for you to be doing that here. Oh, you emit carbon dioxide, right? Yes. Hmm. Where do I want to send that carbon dioxide, actually? I do have to send it somewhere. Oh, right. Hang on. We have a big problem with this. Hang on. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. That emits polluted water. Do I just let the polluted water sit on the ground? And, like, it'll go into its reservoir over here. Hmm. Well, alright, this is a problem. Yeah, that's the thing, like, I'm not getting into the enforcement side of it. It's the whether or not you're supposed to do side of things. Like, we're talking whether or not you're allowed to, whether or not whether or not you can get away with it. Two completely different arguments. So I think I'm going to do is I'm going to build this up, I'm going to cut this across, and we're going to make this into a much bigger pit. That way we can go here. Yeah, that's what I was going to go with that, is the people who do it, they'll go, hey, it's for a sporting event, or hey, it's for agricultural use. Like, that's the way people have gotten away with it for ages, but technically they're not supposed to. And I can assure I can assure you the people here are not using it for agricultural purposes. Where it's very clearly like on the cul-de-sac next to me. I'd also they not get rid of the birds. I like the birds. The birds here are pretty cool. They most have no one cares till it's after 11 p.m. Yeah. It just kind of annoys me because of I have friends who served the military who came back not doing particularly well, and I get that there's certain days that that's just the normal thing people do, like 4th of July and all that, and they manage, but it shouldn't be a thing they have to deal with every single day. And we do have a veteran on the street who does deal with that, who has been saying like, hey, you know, if you don't mind, if you could not. So do you know they have high-tech devices to stop birds getting that? Yeah, they, there's a lot of things they do nowadays for that kind of thing. I'm also a little bit sensitive about that kind of stuff as well. Not so much with the streaming, because it's not too hard for dealing with that kind of noise canceling, but when I was doing the recordings for my courses, if I had something like that going on, it means my entire night of recording is just gone. So if I set a time aside, say, like, I'm going to record this night, and then the neighbor starts blasting off fireworks, like, all right, well, I just have to reschedule now, so that's a night got lost. And it's one of those things you understand that you don't want to, like, tell people not live their lives or whatever, but there's certain things like, yeah, but you don't need fireworks to, you know, go day to day. Alright, and you're going to be larva eggs. And you're going to be larva eggs. Because the entire plan with this is when you get the larva eggs, I'm going to have them stored there to get them moved there, and I'm going to immediately say, alright, kick them out. To get them in here so if they hatch on their own, we're good. And I'll have the incubator to hopefully help one along. But first I need to get all of this set up. Because this needs to stay turned off. Now I look at it. Until I've got this set up. Because then I'll open that up. That'll put out polluted water, which I could put in here. And that can be pulled back into the system. And yada, yada, yada. It says, 1 to 10 has the most boring drive ever. Or 1 to 10 is most boring. Is the only thing hid. Started working at home since COVID started. My very first issue was no AC and a playground with a lot of kids right by my window. Yeah. And my bike pulls all of it. Yeah, you'd have to have some type of noise canceling with that. It's just kind of the bummer that I'd already go out of my way to... This is really bad. I'd already go out of my way to be like, okay, alright, so Luxray is the farmer. Wait. Hang on. Was Luxray the one we turned into a rancher as well? Let's check. Skills. No. Okay. Okay, cool. Alright, Luxray. You're going back over to the Ark Colony to start bootstrapping the food back up. But yeah, it was the thing that when I went to record, because of all the people having their lawn service and all that during the day, making it so I couldn't record, I'd be like, okay, I'll start in, like, later in the evening, you know, it's past 8-10 p.m. or whatever, or 8-9 p.m. I know that, you know, people are going to have their yard services out because it's sundown. The yard services can't really work in that. So, should be good there. Suffocating. And all that kind of stuff. And then you turn around and you're going, okay, this should be a good time for me to do this kind of thing. And then someone starts shooting off fireworks in the middle of the week for no apparent reason. It's like, all right, come on, man. Look, I'm already having to work around everyone else's lives, which is fine. But like, I need some point I could do my job. Like, it's not like we're at some theme park or some of you understand them popping off fireworks all the time. You know, it's a neighborhood. But applying skills, do you have to keep morale level higher than the skill bar? Yeah, otherwise they get stressed, and eventually stress is causing them to have breaks. In a late evening, people think that our street is meant for street racing. I haven't had that so much here. I did run into that way back on a road I lived on. But as well as things they would street race for like a couple of times, the police would catch up that that's where people were street racing, and then they'd go someplace else and start street racing, and then the process would repeat. Hey, Scyphobia, thank you so much for raid. Give me a moment, I'm gonna go ahead and get you a shout out. At Scyphobia. Oh, 1 second. Sorry about that, we just had police sirens, so I'm assuming the people who set off the fireworks just got in trouble. Like I said, we're in the middle of neighborhoods and all that. They can't do that here. It's gonna land on someone's roof or something. But thank you so much for the raid. I do really appreciate it. Scyphobia was playing, was it Project Zomboid? I didn't see it because it went away. But I believe it was playing Project Zomboid, so good times with all that. But yeah, so I have people saying fireworks here too. Yeah, we just had some like mortar set off here just a couple minutes ago. And I was like, I'm in the middle of like a residential area. Like I'm not out in like rural or whatever. That's actually a problem. Like that actually is a thing. But my guess is they set them off and someone called it in and the cop showed up. Yep, 12.4k kills, 0 to hero run. It's going well. Nice. Yeah, that is what I always worry about because people just shoot off a couple $1,000 worth and they are huge bigger ones. Yeah. Yeah, 4th of July sounds like Warzone. Like, I get that. I kind of mentioned that there was a veteran on our street who kind of asked people to not set up those kind of fireworks because they're working through stuff after having been deployed. And so it's like, okay, you get like 4th of July, you understand. Like that is the way people celebrate. And you wish it wasn't for quite a few reasons. Again, like revisiting the people who are dealing with stuff. But it's an understood thing. That's like, okay, maybe you blast your music at max of volume or whatever that day to just whatever you gotta do to get through. But in the middle of nowhere, like kind of it's like, yeah, Memorial Day's coming, but like the day before Memorial Day or whatever is not set off the fireworks kind of holiday. That is, you know, people just happen to be able to get a hold of fireworks and they're doing it themselves because they can. Alright, I need the irrigation system turned on. Why are you not pumping? What is happening right now? Check our water supply. Oh, okay. It got contaminated with regular water. I forgot about that. That is a problem. How am I going to work around that? I could put one plant on the end. No. I won't. If it comes at the harm of other people, no, I won't. Because it's being, frankly, very selfish. That's gonna cause its own problems. So the problem is I've got water in the line here. And I need to get it out of the line. And I don't have a good way of do that. So it's coming to him? I mean, yeah, the police showed up, so I assume they did get what's coming to them. Probably a fine saying, "Hey, don't do that." Hmm. This is so. So problem is this got contaminated where it has both freshwater and polluted water. These require polluted water. So I've got fresh water, it's physically blocking the pipe. So I've got to get the fresh water out of the system. But if I just put a vent over here, what's going to end up happening is going to end up dumping out both water. Now, I could circle it back, but it's still going to be mixed. So I could build in a filter, but I don't have a great way of dealing with it being filtered. All right, let's. Because it's gonna be both. Okay, we're just gonna have to accept that we're gonna have to deal with this. All right. So, liquid shutoff valve. We do that here. So you accept. That's not the button. So you do a liquid shutoff valve up here. We'll just put it up here. We'll do that. We'll grab the pipe. It goes there. It goes here. So if it is what we're filtering for, I'm gonna have to make that one farther. So if it is what we're filtering for, where are you? You're not in the set. Liquid shutoff valve, we'll put it down here. So we'll do this. If it is what we're filtering for, which is going to be the fresh water, it should go down here. At which point, then I just smack it on into that pipe. And it won't be ideal, but it will be a way to remove it. And then with the other one, if it is what we're looking for, it'll continue through here. We can race it over there. And we can smack it into this pipe. I am worried that's going to have side effects. Let's do that. Now, this could cause all sorts of headaches for me, but at least this will be a way of filtering that. I also need power.
Nope, still bad. That was worse, I think.
All right, so you got power to spare. So the problem is, Lux right here isn't set to give construction a priority, but we're going to need to do with that, so we're going to go priorities, Lux Ray, where's building? Congratulations, building just became a priority for you. Because I need you to build out this system, because you're going to get literally no food until it's fixed. All right. That emits polluted water, right? Yeah. So we just unfortunately got a lot of clean water contaminating in the system. Which sounds weird, but that's the reality of it. You know, those being one way, we shouldn't have to worry about backflow. And your calories getting dangerously low. We still have those larva eggs. We do not want them to crack those. Did you get the power sorted out yet? How's our power grid looking? So power's all connected over here. You've got that. So now you can deconstruct this. You're gonna take the tile straight across here and up there. Actually, change my mind. Don't build there. Cancel those 2 spots. Dig that out. It'll put a floor there. They'll carve across there. It'll get all that going. We got a stretch and a hydrate. So the food should start getting fixed here. I need to get more people kicked over to the other place. You're too dumb for this game, you don't understand anything? We're looking at a colony that's already way built up. Ultimately, all of it revolves around you want a thing, like you want oxygen, but to get oxygen, you need to either consume another resource or create some other resource you don't want. And so it's kind of like going through the process of saying, okay, well, I've created more carbon dioxide. Well, how do I deal with the carbon dioxide? Okay, well, I'm doing this to deal with the carbon dioxide, so now I need more water to deal with that. Okay, well, how do I get more water? And kind of finding the balance between all of your things. So, like, you know, like I have all this hot temperature. Okay, well, this thing is really hot. Well, that thing is really cold. Okay, well, let me try and get them to each other to try and balance it out. It's just sometimes you'll build a system, and then you go, okay, well, it's out of whack. Now I got to figure out the balance. It's real bad, the food situation here. Are you getting the system online yet? I really need you to get this online, buddy. Until you fix this, everything is terrible and we will all die. Bad dupes are still going strong? Yeah, at the moment things are not the best. We ended up like abandoning the second colony for a little while because the oxygen situation was way unmanageable. And we're trying to bring it back now. But right now I've got my farms are mixed with stuff. So unfortunately they're gonna get no food until they get that online. And then the other problem is because I moved all those dupes over here, even though I added an additional farm, we are struggling to get them all sorted. And I do have a way that I might be able to get oil at my first place, but I want to make sure everything's situated before I accept it, because if it gets messed up again, it'll be a problem. Oh wait, do I have a smart battery over there? Yeah, I need to set up the automation as well, so automation. Oh good, sorry, I just lined up, because that's where the art generators was. Okay, so once I get this all plugged up, I can knock that wall out, put the wall in there, and then we can turn this on. And then that should have all the stuff we need for incubating the egg to get our slicksters here, which will absorb some of the carbon dioxide and give us oil. The big problem is both colonies are in a tenuous situation, because I can't send more people over to this side to alleviate the pressure on the food on the other place until I get this built. Set that to automatic. Because I believe the lead is down here, which is probably the reason that's not been built, is they weren't able to reach the lead. Or I could be wrong, and it's like literally right there. Okay. Oh, right, I need automation there. It was an element sensor. And then it will need automation in the line between them. Because then what will happen is when the power's on, this thing will send the water or the stuff with water through one way. When it's off, it'll send the polluted water the other way. So it should effectively let us like recycle. So I believe I want it to be looking for just regular old water. Alright, I think that's the last pipe for bringing it all online. So I think that's all constructed, so we should be at a point where I can go to your priorities again. And set that back down so he goes back to operating the power and all that. Because both colonies are right now tenuous in a tenuous place food-wise. Alright. So we got this. Oh, I owe you the hydrate, don't I? Gotcha, and I see... You'll stabilize it. So much going on in the game. Yeah. Alright. So that should turn this on. Is something not hooked up? Oh, the whole system's effectively frozen. How do I resolve you? I know I could do. It's not a proper solution, but it's a solution. I'll put a liquid vent here, and then I'll just open it, let off some of the pressure, and then I'll close it again. We'll set you to be critical. Now I don't have to reassign him to doing it. Alright, so that'll alleviate the immediate problem. Because I've got to get these sorted out. Where did he go? Oh, right. One of the things I meant to do earlier is we have this one slug that's been running around here for a while. Just run a power cable right there. That way when it goes to... What are you? A smog slug. It will eat all that stuff, and it will excrete hydrogen. Alright, okay. Sure, I guess. Alright. So we're getting stuff out of the system now. That should be causing all of those... Why are you still saying growth halted irrigation? Do I have to literally yank those up and redo that? It says it's got polluted water. And it needs polluted water. I don't understand what's happening right now. Yeah, it says it has polluted water. Why is it saying irrigation then? Oh, you're set wrong. That's one problem. I need you. Not you. You. Set to polluted water. Now we can disable that. So I don't empty storage. Let's try emptying the storage in all of these buildings real fast. That's all that's happened, is because the freshwater got into it, they have freshwater trapped in them. Which is going to be a reoccurring problem, unfortunately, because that filter is on the wrong side of it. But hopefully, it won't be too much of an issue too long. I say as it immediately goes, it starts being a problem. There's got to be a way to do this better. Okay. There's no calories here. I need this sorted. They keep hitting 0 calories. Yeah, copy paste settings. Wait, but empty storage isn't a setting. Like it's a command. Why would that work? I thought the settings were for planting the plants. Because the issue was we got water contaminating them. If they get recontaminated, I'll try it. Like right now I can't test it because there's none that have stuff going on. I do need you to operate that, please. Okay. So empty, copy settings. The whole game is locked up. It didn't do it. I'm pretty sure the copy settings is for like what plant you planted there. So basically, until I get the water out of the system, I'm having to manually do this. Oh, good. Those are finally planted. Because this side's getting worse. I just need to hang on a little bit longer, friends. Okay, so that's done. What I can do is 2 tiles here. Deconstruct those 4 tiles. Another reason I'm not dragging the deconstruct over, I'm kind of scared there's a pipe or something behind there that they'll tear apart too. But with that said, enable the building. Check our ventilation. That's the outtake. Oh. That's the intake. Okay. So that should bring this online. Which will get all this stuff with the incubator set up. Choose blueprint, take the larva, print. They should grab those eggs. Because you're not set to do omelets. That should grab the eggs, run them down here. Then get slicksters going on this end, which will give us a source of oil. Don't drop the egg. Come on, buddy. Excellent. Oh, starving. Yep, we are dealing with starvation at the moment. We are trying to fix that. Oh my god. Please. Clean up your water supply. It wouldn't be so bad if I didn't have to manually do this one by one, but I don't think there's an... Oh, there is an empty pipe command. Oh, thank you. Oh, that's not what I... Oh, it's empty pipe. Okay, I see. It's not empty storage. I get it, everyone's starving everywhere. Because my water system is contaminated. Ironically, it's contaminated with clean water. I know, I'm working on it, please. Then we got another power slug up here. We can make another line right there. Because if I can keep those power slugs powering stuff, that'd go a long way for us. There's so much fresh water in there. Why is there so much fresh water in there? Where does it keep coming from? You've still not closed that vent. I need you to close that vent. Like that's the issue I have. There's just so much fresh water in here. It's just gonna be a reoccurring problem. Enable auto bottle, disable that building. Enable the building. Please. Okay. So that's all going well now. We've got that. The incubator's going. Do we have the eggs in here? We do not yet. But the eggs went somewhere, which is mildly concerning. Critter eggs off. Copy settings. Do that. Do that. I still don't see the critter eggs, which is, again, deeply concerning because there was 3 of them. And I had the omelets turned off, and I don't have the thing... I don't have anything else for doing that. I don't see more storage. But I didn't see them drop out here or here. Oh, they're down here. That's right. Because they were trying to do the eggs and they dropped them because they didn't have enough air. That's fine. Honestly, if we can get one, then I could start working on trying to get more. And that's going now. We just need to really focus on the other side here. At least some of these are showing as online, but... This is getting real bad. Okay, there's a tiny bit of food here. We're starting to get some of this up. A fossil was excavated. Due to safely excavated, a strange fossil remains. It appears to be more than giant critter's bones strewn around the asteroid. Its final resemblance to the skeleton, the deeper analysis. Okay. And that was this one down here. I forgot they were doing that. That's actually probably not a good thing that they're doing that. Oh, I see what's occurred. Okay. Okay, so that is actually a problem. Because they can trap themselves down there. Or not trap themselves, they can get far enough down there that they cannot get back in time. We had a couple people die from that earlier. There is a gas mask here. There was a gas mask there. It's apparently disappeared at some point. Like, we're barely pacing it on the food. Alright. Posture check. This is like the least efficient way of getting the water out of the system. Alright, I'll get that stretch and that hydrate here in just a minute. Just kind of babysitting these because our plants are being contaminated by the awful, awful fresh water. And it's creating problems. Okay. I actually think at this point, it's time to bring a second person there. Despite how awful things are going, he is getting a little bit of food out of the system while it is all busted and melting down and all that. So, we might be able to get more support. Are you... And you're not hooked up there. I don't remember who else. So Pank was another one who was over here. So let's bring Pank over.
Pipe down. Daddy's concentrating.
Because if anything, just getting a second person not on this first load will help us out. All right. I don't remember what Pank does, but they're doing it. How's the oxygen situation? The oxygen situation's actually okay now. And the good news is we are doing well in here so far as alleviating the air pressure down in that area. Alright, so that's not our mining person. We had a mining person who also needs to come over next. This is absolutely frustrating getting this out. First things, didn't I have a giant reservoirs of polluted water? Hang on. Now, these giant reservoirs of polluted water, do they not have a means of getting back in? They don't have a means of getting back in. So, if I bypass the bridge, that'll allow for backflow. Actually, there isn't a reason I wouldn't want the backflow. So this bridge can just go. Just get rid of the bridge entirely, make it a straight pipe. It should all feed into the system, and then if this area is ever in bad shape, it should pull from the reserve as well. And at a minimum, having Pank over here versus there is just one less burden on the food on that end, which can't currently handle it. So much water to get out of that system. Interestingly, why is that not going back? Like that's what I want. So there is a pipe there to keep it moving that way, but there's no reason why this shouldn't go back at this point. It's whatever. We'll deal with that in a minute. Okay, coal, sure. Right, you're running, everything's fine, you're incubating. Good news, you're not trying to continue doing stuff down there. You got a whole lot of time to yours situated. And we're back to dealing with all this. Alright, is there a way I can take the pipe's route to be different? Not really. Not easily. I was trying to think if there's a way I could take the route the pipe takes to be different so that as it's picking up this water, it's not... Oh, that's not what we want. The clean water's going up here as well. I didn't even think about that. That means the desalinization go back. And that's that way. I wonder if I connect it this way. Right now I'm actually just trying to get the water out of here. out of the reserve and just into our system again. Just trying to alleviate the pain points here. Because I've got to get this sorted. And manually doing this sucks. I think Darstrider was on this side as well, as I recall. That's another person to bring over. I know, I'm trying to alleviate your pains. I need time to fix the things I broke. Can I sweep you up? No, too much liquid, that's fine. What about you? Too much liquid, that's fine as well. Why were you stopping? It's not temperature. Oh, it might be temperature. It might actually be getting too cold. That's not an ideal situation. I wasn't expecting to get cold again. Why is the air pressure so low in here? We don't have oxygen on the line. And you're going absolutely full tilt now when you have power. Why suddenly do I not have oxygen that's nearly enough? So I have almost all the oxygen is going over here. It's cycling back. It goes to the gas mask, which is fine. That part's fine. It goes up here. Goes around here. It goes into this tank. It is put down here. And then there's the two vents there that it drops out inside the height place. And then we have an oxygen mask spot over there. And I don't want to turn that one on, because that's outside our area. Are you still running up here? Yeah, you're at max air pressure. Are you getting blocked up? No, you seem to be okay. Oh, we are out of hydrogen. So it's not staying on consistently anymore. Okay. So the problem is this isn't staying on consistently anymore because its power production keeps kicking off. That we overtapped the hydrogen, so these two are no longer operating reliably. Let's check our power grid. So you're definitely over. You're not. So what I could do, not really, I can't get that cable over there. Got a big old fat cable. I could do something with it. I need this powered is what's going on. This hydrogen, the hydrogen is insufficient to support both of these. And so it took a long time for it to catch up, but it has caught up. And no surprise, all of these things are constantly under load. One thing I guess I could do is you're now a higher priority. I'll get back to that. And you're all contaminated again, no surprises. Alright, keep going. Yeah, I still don't know why we keep getting fresh water in here, because it seems like we've honestly gotten more over time, not less. I mean, part of the thing is the stuff that is feeding in there. Oh, we're now finally getting good water in this side. That's good. So that means I could start pumping that down into my system, so at least I have a source of fresh water. I actually need not fresh water at the moment, which is an interesting problem to have, but, you know, at least in the interim, we're okay. Alright, so with that, what I'll end up needing... Do I have a way I can get to the fresh water line? This is the fresh water line here. So I can go here. I can make you go up there and bridge across here. No, I can't. No, stop it. Don't do it. This is gonna be a mess, is what this is gonna be. Can I build a bridge over a bridge? Yes. Oh, well, in that case, I can go here. I still run the same problem. This is... Okay. I don't really want to cut into that if I don't have to, but if I have to, I have to. We'll just take the inefficient way of just going the whole way around. I know, you're hungry, you're hungry, you're hungry. I'm working on a lot of problems at the same time. Okay. So that means the overflow goes here. That's fine. I'll deal with the overflow later. That'll hook up fresh water to the system. So with this not working, we're fine. In fact, let's go to this. You're now disabled. I want to keep the gross water in the system. A lot of people are starting to starve over here. They're starting to starve on both ends. That's not helpful because that doesn't mean I have a place I can go that they're not starving. So we are shipping a lot of water across. So that is something I probably need to worry about in the long run. Alright. Empty your storage. Empty your storage. Yep. You know the drill. Uh-huh. Alright, so you're getting that hooked up. Yeah, we're still getting a split of fresh and contaminated and polluted water. That's the real problem I have right now. Which it's getting fixed over on this end. I say seeing it not getting fixed over on this end. Literally, it's doing nothing. Because what should be happening is it should be separating out the water. So you should be turning green. Why are you not turning green on polluted water? It's the wrong sensor. That's why the whole thing has not been working this whole time. It's the wrong freaking sensor. Where are you, sensor that tells me liquid pipe element sensor? That's the whole reason it's not working. That's the sensor that you put in when you want it to actually like be submerged in something. So it's not been filtering at all. We've just been recycling the same fresh water through the system. I mean, not the same, because it's getting sucked up by these things, and I've been putting in jars and whatnot. But the point still stands. Okay. So now with this, I believe I want to filter out the polluted water. Wait for the next time we see it move. There we go. Now it's just going through the other side because it's blocked up, which is going to contaminate both lines. Awesome. Ah. Excellent. Just what I wanted. Both lines to be contaminated. Actually, I could stop the contamination. If we're fast and I break that pipe, we could prevent the contamination and get just ahead of it. I know everyone is starving everywhere. I'm trying to fix all the problems. What was your problem? Why did you all, the lights turned off. The lights only turn off if the temperature is below 80 degrees. Right. Wait. No, it's green if it's below 80 degrees. So it's not the temperature, because that's 60. I saw you turned off for a moment. I don't know why, but that's very important that you do not do that. What the heck are you trying to offer me? I don't care. Give me the seeds. Are you ready to be incubated yet? Why are you losing power? It's using natural gas. You should have enough natural gas to bury yourself alive. What? Why did you turn off? Oh, there we go. Got set to like 5%. There we go. Okay, so oxygen is still actually a problem. Oh no. Come on. Why is this? Alright. Sure, oxygen. Just take it. I don't care anymore. Okay. Just little by little extracting all the water by letting it fill up those and then emptying it out jar by jar by jar by hand. I know. They're managing not to die from starvation. They keep just barely touching their toe into starvation and then recovering. The good news is I am noticing that once I do remove the contaminated water, they're like instantly recovering. So we are starting to fix the problem. I also notice they still haven't taken apart that pipe. They didn't take apart that pipe. Take apart the pipe, buddy. And honestly right now, no, I can't. So what I'm trying to do is I want to actually reverse the direction of this to start pulling all that water, because this is mostly going to be just polluted water. So if we can get that around, it can give me a temporary fix till I can get this. Yeah, because you're supposed to go down here. Oh, you can't reach that spot. I understand. Alright. Unreachable food. So I forgot what even the disaster was on this side. Because I know we were dealing with the disaster on this side, too. I mean, other than the fact that food is such a thing. Alright, well, let's try and chuck another one over the fence real fast. Strider, you were over there as well. So, we're going to have you go across. It just is what it is. You are not taking that gas mask with you, my friend. So you're leaving that behind. Alright, so start helping out trying to fix this disaster. What I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to make a place to filter stuff, but right now I can't stop to do that. Because starvation is an immediate problem. One thing we can stop, turn that off. Just turn it off. Get it out of here. It's nothing but trouble right now. I need it turned off. Because maybe if I get all of that off, that we have that, I can get the other pipe to reverse. I'll have those 2 big chunks of fresh water to get out of the system. And then we can deal with this not in perpetual meltdown. Long enough to get somewhere. So you're still on, because no one has actually turned you off. Turn it off, please. I want the fresh water to stop. I want the hurting to stop. Here, take apart that pipe. That's what you do. Just take apart the pipe. There we go. Now, that water should feed... Why are you not feeding out? What? Why are you not feeding out? I forgot I was trying to set that up. So you're all wired up there. So you need to go like this. And then like this. And that brings fresh water into this part of the system. What? Why are you not going the other way? So you got a bridge that this is an input. And then those are all inputs up there. That's the problem. There's nothing that can feed back into it. Right. So I need a place where you can go that way. We don't have a really good way of doing that, do we? I mean, right now I can just short circuit the whole thing. That's what I'm gonna do. We're just short circuiting the whole thing. We can do that by just going right to the end of one of these. I thought that'd actually go through there is what I thought would happen. Where's a good spot for this? If I connect it there, that might do it. We'll try that. The downside is it could put in like an infinite feedback loop. No, let's not put it there. It's never mind, they're already working on it. Okay, we can go ahead and do that. And then if I disconnect this pipe here, I have no choice but to go this way, and then it can only feed out one way. Oh, thank you. So it should be the last time I need to empty these. I know, people are starving everywhere. I'm trying to actively fix it in this very moment. And I'll have to rewire all that plumbing so this never happens again. Where if we pull in contaminated water, like cross polluted water, that it hits some type of filtration system before these. Okay, we have a couple spots of fresh water still in this line, but it's nothing but polluted water from here on out. Okay. You should be able to start recovering. I keep sending people across. Why are you turned off? Illumination. No power. And you're charged by the... What grid are you on that is losing power? Coal. I have run out of coal. That's why this keeps going offline. So first of all, even higher priority, where can I get more coal? I need to get it. I need to not be on coal is the big thing I need. I don't have a good enough source of coal right now. I don't have something else I could shove in that spot, really. We've got all this, but that is going to be a separate thing. I can probably take more off of that grid, which would alleviate some of the problem. So you can take this wire up here, cut it across all but to that battery. Well, no, cut it across to there. We can go here, disconnect that power line. Actually, for that matter, disconnect that whole series of power lines. Go to power, get our big heavy wire, and take that off of there. So that'll reduce the load a little bit. I can also get this pump on the power line. The same plan, we can go ahead, so you... I didn't check. How much are you producing as I'm starting to set more and more up on you? You produce how much power? 800 watts. Okay, well you can't power all those things anyway, so we'll stop there. I was gonna go and hook up a bunch more. Alright, so you're starting to switch that over. The air's still doing okay. Still recovering. We got a couple of these, had a little bit more water in that bottom line. Top line is going fine, so the food should start recovering on this end. And then the hope is as this end recovers, the other one should as well. Copper, go ahead and take it. Alright. And then when this comes back up, we'll kick another person across, and that should balance it back out to where it should be. Sorry about that. Okay. Okay, so it does look like the air is recovering now that I just finally got fed up and put on the other oxygen diffuser. At least our oxygen's starting to recover. Yeah, this is the problem up here is that our hydrogen has completely stopped. Which has shut down all of this. I believe you're still wired up. So we do have the manual power up here. It is set to 7. I mean, so I need to not be using that, and I need a second electrolyzer. But the problem is, right now with the electrolyzer, the air pressure is the issue here. Because you can see it still hits max air pressure. So I'm struggling to keep everything running because I'm having to resort to more and more hamster wheels because I'm out of coal. They got a little bit down here I can snag. Let's go ahead and do that. Are you sand? You are sand. So do not remove the tile below the sand. We can be smarter about this. Don't take it from this side. What we can go ahead and do is say build tile there. And build it here. Those last two, while there's still liquid in there, won't work. There's another spot of coal here. We jump across there and get that. We'll tear that up for that coal. We got a bunch of coal over here. So I got more coal I can pull. We're gonna have to get off there. But we're getting there. Body temperature. You are getting too cold. Why are you getting too cold? Just all of this is just super cold now. Turn that on. Because that should bring in very warm water into the system, which should help counteract the frigid cold water. Oh, the reason why it's being a problem is because with all the water I'm pumping in through here, that it's just drawing such an alarming volume of water. Okay, for the moment, disable that building. We're doing okay with the fresh water for the time being. Disable the building. Like, all of our fresh water lines are maxed. We're good. Like, just leave it where it is for right now. We'll pull more in later. It's just I'm drawing so much extra water that it's becoming an issue. Alright, all of this is online. It should be good. We've turned this... You're turned off. Why are you still accepting water? You are physically turned off, building. Alright, let's try turning it off on the other side. Because that needs to stop. Disable building. Stop sending my water across. I need this to end. Okay, it did stop. Okay, so both sides have to be turned off. Alright, so that should fix this problem, where this area is getting just too cold. We did counteract it by turning this one on, because that's hot water. Or warm water. So that should start warming this middle area up again. It'll take a little while before that kicks into effect. But, so that should keep it from hurting our food problem even more. Meanwhile, you're still waiting to recharge. Your power keeps kicking on and off, which is alarming. Why is that? You're on the same grid that the coal is on. That doesn't exist. Oh, you need to be turned on. Why are you turned off? Alright, that should be able to reach all of those. Alright. Oh, when your stuff gets cross-contaminated, it's so awful. What are you? A morb? Okay. So our arrow's in great shape. So temporarily, I'm going to turn this off again. Reduce the load on our network. This seems to be online for the moment because I have a person running in the hamster wheel manually, perpetually. What do you run? Can I give up having you run for a while? You run the entire research area. Honestly, I can do without pretty much everything on that network. No, I can't. That's our oxygen. And our cooking. And our de-stressing. I need more hydrogen. How is our natural gas? So our natural gas is straight up full. So I can afford to have another natural gas generator going. I might just pull the plug on you entirely. Get out of here, hydrogen. You're done here. Because we'll have just the one generator doing hydrogen. And so instead where I have all that set up, I'm going to deconstruct that pipe, and then we'll just kick that over to get natural gas set up over here. I forgot. Natural gas has to spill out its gross water. You know what? I live with that. It'll just pile up here and dump off the side. Sure. Where are you? Power. Natural gas, do that. Power. Connect the wire. Go to our ventilation, do this, connect you. And honestly connect you to there. Good enough for me. And that should at least get one disaster managed for a little bit. Honestly, with all that leaking down there, if we clean up the clean water out of this, I can make this part of the gross water pool, and not have all 3 natural gas generators dumping into that same pool. I don't think that's a sustainable amount of natural gas, by the way. I have a feeling we're hitting the limit of what that geyser is going to put off. But my hope is to get switched over to like petroleum and more renewable things. All right. How are you doing? Still waiting. It's this constant ding, you know, up, like food's not right, ding, food's not right, ding, food not right. Like that's the thing that's annoying because there's this endless thing of that. So what I'm gonna try doing is letting them just keep filling that up as long as you have polluted water in the system, and deal with that. We have a hydrate, can do. Well, one thing I've also learned is this filter system, pretty much hot garbage. So you can deconstruct the one pipe feeding into it, let it naturally drain out that system, and we can deal with it on the other side. Duplicants have died? We had our first actual death from starvation. I'm really hoping Joshua wasn't our farmer. Don't break my heart. Okay, Joshua's not our farmer, because if that had been the case, the die-off would have been aggressive. Please, food. Algae I'll actually take, honestly, but not here, over here. Because that'll give me oxygen production. Alright, so we got a stretch. People going hard into, like, the stretches and the hydrates and all that for the last couple of hours. Alright. Okay, so how is this? So we've got that disconnected. I'm literally just waiting for that line to run out. Was Joshua one of the ones that was over on this side? What was Joshua? Does anyone remember what Joshua's responsibility around here was? I know one thing is you could certainly have. All right. Where are you, Dedovan? Well, that's weird. Oh, because Devon was one of the people we renamed. All right, let's try and figure out Alpin. That's right. So that was interesting that that's being that way. So that's Alpin. Then go ahead and put Alpin there to even out the schedules a little bit more. We can put Pank down here. Same deal. Even out the schedules a bit more. Okay, so you seem to be in good order here. Things seem to have fully stabilized. Oh, that's just never going to clear. That's fine. So we can deconstruct these pipes. And those pipes, and that pipe. And these pipes, and that pipe. And those pipes. And that pipe. Wait, don't do that. Hang on. Wait a second. Cancel all of you. Don't do that. Yeah, just cancel deleting those pipes. Let's just let the water do its thing. That bottom pipe is fine, because no matter what I'm going to do, it's going to have to spill out somewhere, so I'm just going to spill it out on the ground and deal with it. No, there must have been one more spot of clean water in there. Because it would have torn those pipes across up here, it would have dumped all the gross water into that. Oh, good. It's weirdly looking like the fresh water is going. Plants have died because I drowned them. At least they're sitting on 19,000 kcals. So, of the two to mess that up, this is the side to do it. Deconstruct that. Deconstruct that. Go to automation. Deconstruct that. Go to power. Deconstruct that. All right. And that'll get sorted out. Let's hop back over here. Everything seems to be running. You're just standing around for some reason. And deconstruct all you. Yes, this is almost all coal over there, so that'll keep us going for a bit longer on the coal side of things. Did you ever get your eggs? You did, so drop them on the ground. Cool. What even is the orange gas? That's natural gas. I'm pumping that into power stuff like this. All right, what are you complaining about? What is your deal? Oh, right, you have... No, you don't. You just dump liquid on the ground. I forgot to connect the last square. That's the problem. Okay, so that should get that back on, which will get our air automate our air production again. Which will mean more hydrogen will be available for this one hydrogen generator. Yes, this is natural gas. How much important? Why do you look like crap in here? Now you got stuff going on. Starvation, please. Hey, look. A couple people here have absurdly high stress for some reason. Huh. It's almost like they're starving to death or something like that. We'll just do that for all of this. Okay, so I did get a bunch of coal and all that here. In the meantime, let's go ahead and deconstruct those ladders. I won't need them. Get rid of that ladder. Get rid of that ladder. So we've got our freshwater and our not freshwater storage going on. Not counting our storage up here where we bleach it all to, or chlorine it all to try and disinfect it. Our natural gas is maxed out, our hydrogen is completely devoid, and our oxygen is low. In our pipelines it is. And that's just because the oxygen's coming out as fast as it's going in. And that's because this isn't running reliably. I mean, I honestly might just need a second gas pump going in there. Because this keeps turning off because of pressure. So if we got a second gas pump going on pulling the air, we might be able to get ahead of that pressure. Keep this running more consistently, maybe put one over here and another electrolyzer over there. We'll worry about that not right this second, though. Cancel getting rid of those two. That way we can get rid of all these. Actually, so deconstruct that one, deconstruct that one, well, actually, leave that one for now, deconstruct this one. We're almost catching up on the food bit here. I wish I could remember what Joshua did around here. All right, let's look at our notes. So, operating, anyone can operate. So, illicit NZ builds and digs. Fair enough. You tidy, and you supply. Fair enough. You farm, you doctor, and then you back up tidy. You decorate, you cook, and you dig. Unless they fix it, electrolyzers do have a problem where they basically constantly overpressurize faster than the air can dissipate. Helps to have them raised off the ground to allow airflow tiles. That makes sense. I mean, it's still annoying that it works that way, but it makes sense. Researching. Joshua was a researcher. That's who died, was our researcher. And I believe Donkey Duff was the other person over there? Yeah, so Donkey Duff was the other one over here on the other side. Okay, so Donkey Duff is going to the other side as well. And then the next time we get a chance for a proper research pawn, or dupe, we'll grab a research dupe and have it go in there. Got some stress? Yeah, it's starvation and everything else going on. Alright, where are you at, Donkey Duff? Because our stuff got destabilized because we ran out of hydrogen, and now I'm trying to retroactively ram more natural gas into the system to float the hydrogen that's not being handled. Okay, nice try, Donkey Duck, but I'm gonna need you to leave the mask, buddy. Why can't I drop the mask? There you go. Okay. So that's you over here. Why are you all messed up? No seed selected. Copy settings. Well, that's not what you want to see. Don't really know what's happening with the water. I'm okay. Oh, you know what it is? They're pulling from the water here, and every so often they're getting the fresh water, and they're putting that back in. I forgot I had that turned on even to do that. This side's doing okay on food. This side's got barely any food they're getting ahead on. We should also go here, because someone made a mess there. Alright, what do you got for me? Alright, so right now you're going to take curative. What? Output pipe full. Oh no, the entire system seized up from too much polluted water. And your pipe is blocked. So we've got too much water in the system, is what's happened. Okay, we can fix that. Fixing too much water in the system's real easy now. I just open that up and problem solved. It'll just dump it on the our planet. That's why they're all stressing out, is all their bathrooms and everything stopped working. And that's because I turned on this pump, so it's overloading the system. Fair enough, so turn off that pump. Because we're no longer super duper frigid in here. Are you going to turn it off? What? Disable building? There we go. That to be very high priority, because like this is fine for right now, but I want to turn this off, and then the moment the line gets past there, we're going to run down there. Then how can they save their games if the bathrooms are not working? That's from yesterday. We played a game that literally the restrooms were the save points. Which isn't new. There's been a couple games who have done that as a save point. Alright, so by the time someone gets down here... Alright. So we let off the extra pressure on the line by just dumping it over to our planet who needs it anyways. That way the water sieve takes priority. So, because the problem was what was happening was all the polluted water was getting backed up in the system and couldn't go anywhere. And so it's causing the whole system to just kind of seize up. Why is there so little? Because you have no power. You have no power because you're on the hydrogen, which isn't getting enough hydrogen, because this isn't running consistently, because it needs hydrogen, and anarchy. What reservoir are you that you're almost out? You are a hydrogen. What? Oh, you've got a bunch stored there that isn't getting where it needs to be because you were later in the series. Because I need... Alright, we can fix this. Alright, so there's the hydrogen generator there. It's tapped in at this point. Well, I'm not using it farther down the line anymore. So we can go ahead and do this, and this, and this, and all of this, and just forget about this, and don't even bother. And we're just going to put the output there, and I'm going to get rid of that tank. Cancel destructing that spot. You know what? Go ahead and destruct that spot. Because now I can turn around here and say, yep, just put it right in there. And then I can drain all that hydrogen, get that pump running for a bit, and see how that goes. So I'm not seeing the starvation pop up anymore, but our food is basically at 0 calories. So I think we're just on the fence of getting it all recovered. And we're still just dumping the extra salt water out the side. This is just overproducing there. There's a starvation message. Alright. And your air is starting to improve. Why are you having a problem with irrigation? I see a bunch of polluted water in your line. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Basically, it's having a problem with irrigation because all the stuff we set it's not flowing the correct direction. But now we should have this all fixed. Okay. Get it there. So the white water is salt water? Yeah, it'll be either salt water or brine, which is like a type of salt water. I think they fit under 2 different categories. I could be wrong about that. Yep, and they're all better. It was just because they technically had a path where they couldn't go through. They were getting mad about it. Did I accidentally disconnect that pipe? Okay, now we're good. Wait, what was that connection? Oh yeah, no, that's fine. So the problem here... Well, I mean, at this point we basically have almost no more fresh water in this part of the system. Well, if I just take those pipes out, it's just going to fall right back in. So literally I'm going to connect this back up. We're going to get a little bit of fresh water contaminating our tiles, and then it should be done having fresh water contaminating entirely. That now we'll finally have it split up where, you know, we have one set to one thing and one set to the other will be good. Why is that locked open? You shouldn't be locked open. You should be set to auto. I guess we go ahead and defrost this pawn, or this dupe, and see if they're a scientist. And if they're not, then we'll regret doing it, and someone will probably die. I've changed my mind. We're not going to do it. I actually don't know how to stop it. Cancel. Don't do it. It's not worth it. Priority. You can't set a priority. Alright, well, we'll just see what happens. Insufficient resources, water on almost all of them. Which is interesting. Oh, because I have this disabled. Do not enable auto bottle. Disable auto bottle. I shouldn't need to auto bottle at all now. Cool. I'm surprised these didn't get shut down. Oh, it's probably because I had all the water stacked here still. Alright, so I'll get our oxygen production back online down here. Hey, look! The list of things is getting short, finally, instead of having it where it was truncating because there's too many. Alright, so this is that fresh water I said was going to be a problem. There's like 4 or 5 beads of it in the line. I couldn't really remove it in an elegant way, so the elegant way is I'm just letting it do its magic here. Oh, that's annoying. The moment I did that, this broke again. That's really annoying, actually. There might be an easier way around this. We can go here, do that, bridge. I'll need to replace that piece of pipe. Now it shouldn't have a conflict. We'll still be draining our tanks up top, but I honestly don't care. Where I put that storage, not like what needs to happen is it needs to go from this into the storage, then to the network. That way when this gets shut down, the whole thing, why aren't you working? You should be working. There is no conflict here. Why are you the way you are? Alright, what would be the best way for me to get this thing back online? So that fixes that for right now. I need to get this feeding into the inline. So we have this as the intake, which we disconnected. And we disconnected it there. And because it's at an angle, there's really not a good way to reach it. That's the freshwater intake. Alright. I mean, I can go all the way around to the right and tag it there. I'm not a huge fan of carving in our part of that away, but I'm willing to do it at this point because I'm tired of fighting with this. So we'll go like this. That's the outbound lane, so we'll go here, and this is inbound. We can deconstruct that pipe, not the bridge, and that pipe. So that means this will intake on here. And we can put a bridge here to that intake. And if I disconnect the pipe from here, that'll be the outbound. And I don't have to do all of this nonsense anymore. Excellent. So that'll fix it so I can turn the pump back on. This will actually work and do its job. Okay. So this side's starting to stabilize. What do you want? Hatchling eggs. Maybe on the other side. What about you? What do you got going on down here? Oh, right. I was going to say, I'll send my researcher over here to research that dormant carbon dioxide geyser, but I forgot. They're dead. I don't know what you need to not be overpressurized. I don't have like a release pressure button. And you've got water going to you, and you have power. Well, I'll just ignore the problem, and eventually it'll get better, right? That's how that works. Go ahead and take the eggs. Alright, so you've almost fully incubated. Your area is full of carbon dioxide. Honestly, actually, I should make these airlocks. And the reason I should make these airlocks is I am pushing carbon dioxide into this room, so it should stay carbon dioxide. That'll help it control the temperature and all that, because it is a fairly warm temperature, which we want for these guys. So that's perfect. And like I said, one of the things I might do is, once I figure out what I'm doing with this ridiculously hot water, I might actually sit there and put a tile here that's not insulated to deliberately feed in hot air. I mean, actually, I don't need to worry about that because that gas vent's putting out like almost perfect temperature stuff. I wonder if the reason why that overpressurizes so easily just boils down to the fact it's putting out too different. Did you fix the water? Which part of the water? The where we were getting our water cross contaminated, because that is fixed. Yeah, that should fix that. Yeah, that's fixed now. We do have it separated out. Now I should be able to turn on that pump again, finally. I've got these electric slugs, like, everywhere. No, don't do that. Do that. Again, don't. No, nope, nope, stop. So I'm just kind of trying to put, like, these rails for them to power stuff so they can offset everything else. Okay, so stress is, I believe, going down. It was super duper high. Yep, you see the water flow? Alright, that's good. So now finally this is pumping into the storage and then everything else. And for the most part I've been able to, like, ignore the fresh water just because it's just not been backed up, and I'm starting to build a reservoir up here that was brought over. Oh, here, you need another ladder. Actually, disable that building for the time being. We're just gonna leave that. The downside is the germ situation is honestly not as bad as I thought it was gonna be. I thought it was gonna be much worse. It's not good. To be fair, it's not good. But I actually was expecting to be incredibly upsetting and appalling, whereas it's just not good. Alright, so you're finally actually getting some food over here. Okay. Yeah, it's a polluted water vent. The water comes out at a moderately warm temperature. This looks very like a very confusing RimWorld. No, it's just instead of having like the RimWorld combat and all that kind of stuff, instead of that, you're balancing out like different things, like your different air types, your different water types, temperature. Like you have systems like that you're balancing out. But you take away all like the combat mechanics of the game. Like there technically you can attack the animals and they can fight back, but it's just basically it hits you, you hit it, it hits you, you hit it. Like there isn't a whole bunch extra to it. Why are you not emptying here? We can fix that. Because that has hydrogen in it. It should be dropping, like, emptying out. Because I wanna get that hooked up, and then when this drains, then I'm gonna shut the whole thing down. Alright, I see. I think I know how I can fix it. We disconnect that spot, we turn around, and we put a one-way bridge going that way. That should force the issue. You got trace amounts of... Wait, what was the temperature? Was that minus 62 degrees? That'll be interesting. Oh, wow, up here we have liquid carbon dioxide up here. Huh. I didn't realize it was getting that cold up there. It's like, it is super cold up there. Are you working now? No, you're not. Alright, so disconnect that. Go here. And connect that way. The whole point is I'm trying to get it so this drains. Why are you not draining? I don't understand. Alright. deconstruct that one, let it drain in here, and then we'll reconnect it, because I'll let that fill up a little bit. Why are you still not draining? I don't understand. You have hydrogen, it accepts hydrogen. There's not... Alright, just disconnect all that. That's fine. Just... Wait, why are you saying natural gas? You have a contents of hydrogen. That's the thing. This says hydrogen. That is a hydrogen generator here. Like, that's natural gas up there, and this is natural gas over there. So we do have a natural, like, and there's natural gas in the background. But as far as this contains what I'm looking for. Like, don't ignore the prompt at my mouse. That's saying on that tile is natural gas, but that's just out and about. The container itself contains hydrogen. 30.2 kilograms of it at 59.3 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm just trying to get out of the tank and over here. Okay. Now try again, rebuilding it. Straight on. We don't have any complicated thing where it's trying to figure out how to path it or whatever. Good, saying it doesn't have the intake or the output. We have the output now. The output's set up. The intake is not set up, but it doesn't matter because I'm getting rid of it. And there's not a thing like it has to have some replacement gas. Like, that's not a mechanic in this game. Please put the last tile in. Why don't you work? New plan. Anarchy. Just deconstruct and just release your gas into the world. I mean, it's actually going to be in a container. Now you have to figure out how I can get it out here. But if you're going to fight me the whole way, it's fine. I don't want to deal with it. I don't know why you're being the way you're being. Oh no, it did just release it. It just exploded a big chunk of high-pressure hydrogen into the air. That's fine. I can live with this. Alright, so it should give it a little bit of time to catch up. Now hydrogen's just going to pile up here, because you see little pockets of hydrogen up here. As we do pump the air out of the area, it should improve the situation. Oh good, it's finally running for any amount of time. The hope is, if this can produce long enough and reliable enough... Why did you stop? Oh, because the battery's full. That's fine. That is working as intended. That it only turns on when the battery is nearly empty. So that way it's not burning fuel when the batteries are already full and just wasting power. Okay. Hey, Paul Harvey, I'm doing pretty good. Alright, so that's good news. So most of the space here is actually not too high pressure. It's just right there where the oxylizer is. Make a second one and have lots of power. So I don't want to make a second hydrogen because the problem I'm running into is I literally am not getting enough hydrogen to keep it running. I had enough and then eventually... I'll make a second battery. I mean, I could, but it just turns the generator off. Like, what happens? The generator turns off when the battery's charged so it doesn't burn fuel. I am not going to take a person with bottomless stomach right now, actually. I know I need a researcher, but the thing is he has bottomless stomach, so he eats extra food, and so I'm like, you know what? I don't want to deal with that right now. Yeah, so like this has already run out of hydrogen again. So, what I'm going to try and set up and do... is I'm going to try and set up another oxylizer and another air pump down here. to see if I can't help the situation a little. But I'm gonna need to put on a separate power network of some kind. Oxylizer. What we'll do is we'll put airflow here. Wait, no, I won't put the airflow there. There's vents in the back, so I won't be able to hook it up. Let's check the ventilation. Where's the mixed vent? So the mixed vent is this one. Well, actually, that thing's going almost full tilt. How fast do you move air? 500 gas per second. And how much air do you release? Almost 1,000 per second. Well, crap. So basically, we're already at capacity of what we can reasonably do here. Because I don't really have the means of shoving another vent in this area. Like, as you can see, that's like getting basically overwhelmed already. Which is fine. The good news is those oxygen vents seem to be doing okay. Like, this whole place is saying oxygenated, even though I turned that off a while back. Getting lots of carbon dioxide and natural gas over here. Alright. Why am I not seeing any carbon dioxide going here? It's not there's no carbon dioxide, it's very little. Oh, what is the greenish gas? Chlorine. Which now I look at our chlorine storage has maximized. So it's time to expand our storage again. No, chlorine is good as a or wait, was it chlorine? Wait, hang on a sec. Yeah, it's chlorine. Okay. For some reason it's saying this. Yeah, but the chlorine's fine. Like, you use that for disinfecting purposes. Yeah, so for, like, me, I have... This room is, like, saturated in chlorine. That's the reason it's all sealed off. So we have a whole bunch of, like, our water and all that go through here. Yeah, but in this game, that doesn't work that way. You're applying real-life logic to video game logic. Alright, so let's let them tear that all apart. We're gonna expand our gargantuan amount of gas storage, because that's all these are, is I'm just pumping all the air I can into them. Eventually I'll start having to dump some gas out into space. Yep, that's the thing. Like, the games usually won't handle every possible thing. So the biggest thing I need to do is work on our power network. Is really what it boils down to. I've got a whole bunch of these natural gas generators that are working pretty well. Like, that's all going real well. And we got our first Slickster larva. It's being all happy and chill. It is breathing in the carbon dioxide and spitting out the oil. So we technically have a source of oil now. Not a good one, but it is technically one. How are you doing on this side? Is your farms all fine? No. Why are your farms? Why is your irrigation all wrong? Why is there fresh water in the line again? Oh, you had fresh water stored up there that it's been sitting there the whole time, ready to curse me. Alright. Yeah, and that's because we had, it was mixed and it was going into that storage. Yeah, there needs to be a button where down here where I can say empty storage, and that, like, then you're just good. Oh my god, please. Please stop this madness. Oh no, actually, it's coming from here. When do we get more fresh water in here? Am I getting fresh water in this pipe from somewhere? They should only be accepting... You're accepting polluted mud, right? Yeah, you're only accepting polluted mud, so you should only be getting polluted water. You always get polluted water. And those are the only two things hooked up there, so that's not the source of my fresh water. It's contaminating everything. Where do you turn gulpfish? Do you turn polluted water? No, you just make... Just turn everything into polluted dirt. I can live with that. Polluted dirt's fine. Okay, so I have to solve this problem because I cannot go through this again. I just can't. That's just not a thing I can do. So, what we're going to go ahead and do here is I'm going to go plumbing, liquid shutoff, intake on this side. We're going to do the liquid pipe element sensor, do that. Automation, do that. We're going to have the pipe go through here, and then out there. Actually, check that. No, that's right, that's right. So yeah, we'll have that. And if it detects that it is... No, I have this backwards. That's the problem. Alright, so hang on. We're gonna do a quick tweak of this real fast. So cancel that pipe, cancel this, cancel that wire, do this, grab the liquid shutoff. There's the input. Okay, so if it detects polluted water, it goes that way. If it doesn't detect polluted water, it goes this way, which should dump it down to the fresh reservoir. No, it won't. That's... Well, I mean, that's probably fine too, isn't it? Yeah, that's fine. That'll be okay. Alright. So meanwhile, we go to automation wire, we do this, we connect you. Okay. And there'll be power to be hooked up somewhere, which will be you. Alright. Okay. So, once I get that all hooked up, I will detach the line here before more fresh water gets through this. And that should route any fresh water down to this pool so long as the pool isn't overfilled. Alright, and you're looking for polluted water. What happens if this is overfilled? Wait a second. Let's think about this. If this is overfilled, what is going to be the outcome? Because if it's overfilled, it's going to keep routing stuff on, and it's going to contaminate that pool. Crap. Wait a second. All right. New plan. We just shove it over there. We say, forget actually separating it. Anarchy, we'll just let it go around in loops. It's fine. That's the intake. That's going to be a problem, isn't it? What's it going to actually do? Is that going to be smart enough to go that way? Why do you keep screaming about the air? Like, you keep... So you're good. The air's fine. Stop whining. I mean, we're being overwhelmed with natural gas, but I can live with that, because that's my fuel source. Getting a little concerned about the sheer volume of salt water getting down here, but... Oh man, that's getting real cold down there. I'm getting really concerned about the overabundance of that, but you know, that's fine. What temperatures do you like before you accidentally get cooked here? Oh, you live to like 240. Okay, you like it heckin' hot. Okay, that's fine. Alright. Trying to get all the fresh water out of the line. Oh, that's pressure. Oh, they're unhappy about the pressure. What is the pressure in here that they're unhappy? It doesn't exist. That's what the pressure is down here. Okay, hang on. Oh, I mean, ice will be freshwater. That's cool, I guess. I'm not gonna do it, though. Alright, hear me out. We have, like, no pressure. That's closed, so we're not bleeding off more pressure here. Oh, man, the pressure has just noped the heck out here. Okay. You don't have algae anymore, and I don't have slime for you. Your max gas pressure over here. Do I just need to put one of those over here? That's probably exactly what I need to do. You got plenty of load left in your line? Sure. Alright. Oxygen. We will do a sublimation station. And we'll wire it into this. Because it's not, that's not getting, like earlier, we're, like, this is irrigation up here. No, don't uproot, that's not the right button. Yeah, this is irrigation up here. But down there, it's the pressure's getting way too low. Alright, so it should start fixing the air situation. Which there shouldn't be a problem with, like, having, like, polluted dirt. There's been no shortage of that this whole time. Alright, that's an irrigation one. It's just getting through anyways, because it's looping. It's pulling in from this side and going out that side, despite the okay. Well, that's funny. That sucks. Alright, so... deconstruct that. Like, right now, please, before we get more polluted water in there. Please discard. Look. Of course you'd wait for the polluted water. It would be funny if it didn't suck so bad. So do this so it's a one-way route that can only go out this way and not the other way. So you got a tiny little spot of polluted water that I will be able to clean up. Okay. Alright. So that is actually working. It is putting... never mind. When it gets overloaded, it's fine. That's okay. I can live with that. Don't forget to remove the one tube that doesn't feedback loop. I actually don't mind it feedback looping. Do I mind if it feedback loops? That was a fresh... why is there fresh water getting through there? Fresh water should not be able to get through that. That's literally the whole point of the valve. How are you getting through there? How are you getting through? I don't understand. All right. You need a filter, not a valve. You could actually use the valves. Like, that's actually how we have all this set up over here. So it detects that. It has a shut-off valve, and it just shuts it off. So if we actually watch the gas moving through here, it is separating out the gas based on that. And it uses way less power. So it works. I just don't know what I don't have set up right. Because this path... Alright, let's compare. So this is the intake, and we're going straight across it. So this is the input. That's what I don't want. This is what I do want. Okay, so let's compare with our other one. Let's go to water. So we have the input here. What I do want goes through here, and it should go past this, and that's just... okay, we can just adjust this. This isn't the end of the world. Alright, so first of all, that does need to go. It's going to contaminate this thing. I'm just living with it. Because this needs to not be a problem anymore. What I don't want will also include... okay. So let's go here. We can go to automation, the wire, deconstruct that spot. We will have the liquid shut off. So there's the input. So we can go through this and into that side. What we do want goes through there. Deconstruct you. And construct you. An automation wire. Connect you. Power. Okay. So once we get that hooked up, that should work. Now what should happen is polluted water goes through, and not polluted water. Why are you going through? Why are you going through? Okay. I think it was just the one spot. All right. So clean that out. But yeah, no, actually I had with the air I previously had nothing but the filters set up. And I had like a whole lot of people going, like, no, 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 you need that. Pollution exposure and irrigation. But you've been okay with the pollution for this whole time. Have I hit saturation of pollution? Get that fresh water out of here. How are you going past? It's the same system. I don't understand. Why does it work in one place and not the other? Alright. How is the power on that grid? Can I afford to... I could probably... It might be flowing too fast for to catch it. I hadn't heard of that being a thing. All right, I mean, regardless, this needs to go. This needs to go. Forget this. I'm just gonna use the stupid filter because while I'm tinkering around with all this stuff, doing all sorts of shenanigans, and all that, it's just making all of like the reason why you don't use the filter is the filter uses a ridiculous amount of power compared to this. That's the reason. But right now, the pain point I'm getting from this, it's like, no, I just need this to work. Because right now, this is literally risking killing us because it's ruining my food supply. The sensor thing to work, it must be flowing. I see. Oh, right, because if it stops moving and you have, like, the sensors detecting that, otherwise the element that's actually sitting in the valve waiting to have its fate. I see. Yeah, so I'm not going to be able to use that. We'll just use the filter. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Alright, so disconnect that pipe. Deconstruct that pipe and that pipe. Alright, so now I can go here. This will probably be better anyways, because then I can reliably say... Why can't I put that there? Oh, right, it has to be outside the wall. I get why that one's a problem. It's fine, whatever. Okay. So, what I'm going to do here with this, then, is I'm going to say, forget all of this nonsense. We're not going to worry about that. Not going to worry about you. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that. Alright. So that goes in, that goes out, and that goes down there. And then we're going to set that filter to filter out fresh water. Because right now we're only dealing with polluted and fresh water. Just get the fresh water out of the system. That's all we're trying to do. That's the problem. If we ever get other stuff in there, then everything's gone round. We burn this place to the ground. Alright, so filter, liquid, water. A little pollution goes. Oh, there's pollution everywhere. There's pollution everywhere. Don't worry about a little pollution going one place or the other. I can assure you, we're more pollution than not pollution. Alright, that is irrigation. Okay. Like the food poisoning and all that, that is a problem we will tackle at some later date when I'm not dealing with the immediate problem we have now. Because that's the whole gimmick of this planet. As you can see, there's pollution. Surprisingly not as many terms as I thought. This whole place is polluted oxygen. There is no not polluted area. Alright. So that should fix our problem for the time being. In the meanwhile, I might actually be able to... Yeah, I can. I can remove the polluted water from the clean water. Because that's how that works. Don't question it. It's fine. Alright. Yeah, you just mop up the puddle at the bottom of the lake. What's so weird about that? I don't see anything wrong with it. It seems entirely plausible. Alright, meanwhile, you're still clearing that out for my massive expansion to our air storage. This is struggling to stay online still, which it'll probably do forever. What's furry logic? I don't know what that means. Oh, you mean fuzzy logic? It's video game logic. Like, I actually might be able to sweep that up. Nah, it's too deep. That's fine. Can I sweep you up? Nope, too deep as well. But if anyone uses the pitcher pump, they'll probably pull that up and then they'll take it to the appropriate place. Let's go ahead and just put 2 tiles there. Not that one. And then once those tiles built, we can get that. Alright, what do you got for me? We have algae. I know we need a scientist still, but right now I need to get my situation sorted. Algae is oxygen. So... we also have the pitcher pump, which can somehow indicate which liquid to pull up. Yep. You don't ever get, like, a mixed bottle of liquid. You just get exactly one or the other. Still don't know what you do about the overpressure thing. Gotta be real. Contents, you've got maximum amount of water in you. Oh, you're full of natural gas? What? So it goes down to relieve the pressure? Yeah, they haven't been going down despite me... Oh, right. I didn't actually open the door the full way. Whoops-a-daisy. That's why they haven't been doing that this whole time. And suddenly everyone... Oh, I forgot I told him to do that. Pank has made an amazing discovery. Barely working Cryo Tank 3000 has been uncovered containing Max. Inside is a frozen state. Pank was successful in thawing Max, and the encounter filled both duplicants with a sense of hope. Something they desperately need to keep morale up facing the dangers ahead. Alright, Max, please tell me you're a researcher. Or could be made into a researcher. What do you want with your life, Max? Let me see who you are. Data communication is disabled? What? Oh, I don't care about that. Bio. There we go. Alright. Personal interests, researching. Yes. Good job on finding a person who happens to match what I'm actually looking for having done. That said, Max, the very first thing I'm going to need you to do, buddy, is to leave this place. I need you on the other side, man. And then demolish your place. Alright, so I can actually take apart this safely now. Alright, so let's go check up here. Well, actually, let's let Max get up here. Because you're going to be our new researcher. You're actually going to end up going back over there, Max. But right now, I want you over here because this is probably the safer place for you to be, if I'm being real. Researching. Researching, researching. Good job, Max. You have done well in your suddenly having a complete understanding of applied science. We will look at your schedule, Max. And for right now, let's see. So I have 2 there, 2 there. Honestly, I have 2 on each schedule, so you can be 3 on that one. Priorities. And Max, where are you? Researching. Well done, buddy. What'll end up happening is once we get Max just a little bit more research and all that, I'll end up taking Max over to the other location to do the field research I need. And slowly but surely, the oil builds. Eventually what I'll do is I'll put a pump down here to ship the oil, to have it refined, and yada yada yada. Suffocating. Oh, are you... what? You can't get down from there. How did... wait, how did you get here? How... you know what? I'm just gonna go with this. Emergency there. Disassemble that. Emergency there. That should be enough that she should be able to shimmy her way home. Oh. Oh no, I didn't. Okay, we're good. We're good. Maybe fell from above. Either way, I was like, what? Like, it's like the try-hard way of getting yourself killed. When you have to sit there and be like, how did you even accomplish this? Okay, so now we've got that sorted. Put that back. Yeah, the dupes here will 100% off themselves at any possible moment. They'll just immediately be like, you know what you want me to do? You want me to go over here and immediately trap myself so I can suffocate real fast. That was the whole reason I had that block open there. Dupes are like 3-year-olds. They actively try and kill themselves. Pretty much. Hey, you vented off a bunch of natural gas. That's cool. Still not hot enough to turn that ethanol into gaseous ethanol. That's deeply concerning that the food says there's no food. That said, at least we're finally not cross-contaminating our stuff. I mean, we do have, actually, we have water in those reservoirs up there, which is not great. But at least if it gets this far, we dump it into the pool and we call it a day. Our storage here is getting close to full, which is deeply concerning. I don't really know where I'm going to put more storage there. So we're finally at a point that no one has any stress here, thankfully. But I need to get this online so we could get petroleum going. They pop down and go, my god, it's hot, and they immediately go back up. Alright, so the oxygen production is getting good here. We actually have what looks like a respectable amount. Oh, that's hydrogen. I was like, wait a second, what's up here that we can't get? Alright, so we're getting a decent amount of hydrogen from somewhere. You could use automation droppers, but you don't hook up the... let's see. Can use the automation droppers, but don't hook them up to power automation and have them drop down the pit too deep for the dupes to reach? And then just keep dumping stuff into the pit? No star with 0 calories? Nah, because they're basically they start starving, food grows, they grab it, and then repeat. So there's 0 available calories, but then they're getting their calories as they're getting hungry. It'll catch up. Yeah, I have had it where the ladder is far enough down that they can't recover stuff, which we're probably there. I I have one way I can work around that a little bit, which is we can go over here real fast. That way they can get down really fast and back up faster. The plug slugs are eating your metal. They should be just eating it up here, which I'm not giving them any available. There's no plug slugs down here. Unless they're able to get in my storage, at which point they're going to die. Yeah, they shouldn't be able to get any in the middle unless, like, I don't think the animals can eat stuff directly out of your storage. I'm pretty sure they can't. I am a little alarmed by how many of these are off-gassing stuff. Unreachable food. You mean the plug slugs? Oh yeah. Yeah, no, there's a couple places where I have like a one muck root off the same. It's mostly on the other location, this location. That there'll be like a single muck root that got uprooted. I'm looking for a spot like up here or something. Yeah, it's probably Oh, I thought there was a mushroom cap over here somewhere. Usually it means it's stranded themselves. Oh yeah, I haven't had that, like I can see where that would reveal it. I haven't had that one happen this playthrough. Okay. So we're getting there. Slowly but surely, they're clearing that all out. I'm surprised it's still... Oh, it's brine ice. That's the reason why. I was like, I'm surprised it's still showing as melting, because this has actually gotten colder a lot lately. Because we had that down to 12. I'm assuming this geyser... No, it's not dormant yet. But, we actually keep getting this colder to the point that it stopped showing melting at all. But it looks like it's a whole bunch of polluted and brine ice that's going to eventually melt, no matter what I do to try and prevent it. Long distance commute. Who has the worst commute of everyone? Travel time? Actually, 44%. Okay, so it looks like Otto has the worst time. What do you do again, Otto? Oh, you're collecting and storing things. Yeah, whoever's storing things will always have the most horrendous time. Okay, so we've got all that going. Yeah, as long as I get rid of those ones first, they'll be fine. They're just doing all that construction. Oh, it's going to be Otto just literally running over here, grabbing a thing of stone, running all the way to the opposite side of the map to drop it, grab the next piece of stone, run all the way back. Poor Otto. I would feel bad, but I just really don't. I mean, what? Okay. Oh, did we make Ronger also take care of... I think we made Ronger our rancher as well. That's a problem. Let's check. Do I have a rancher? Ari can definitely take over ranching if we don't. Oh no, Ronger's still here. I thought Ronger was one of the ones we had to die. So let's go to priorities. Ronger... So you tidy and you clean and you operate. You are also, where's ranching? You're going to put ranching on that list too, buddy. You're going to tidy and you're going to ranch. All right. We got Puffet eggs. We got a researcher, so what I'm going to go ahead and do is, since I don't really have polluted oxygen over here of any meaningful quantity, we're going to go over here, where that's going to be super helpful. and say, hey Puffets, welcome back, buddies. I used to have a whole army of you till you may or may not have been evicted to the harsh reality that is space. I mean, everything was fine. Yes, we're mostly keeping the air pressure okay. The temperature down here is building a lot more. Thankfully, they don't have, like, an ignition temperature for, like, natural gas or something, as far as I'm aware. That if you hit, like, you know, 500 degrees Fahrenheit, that suddenly it just erupts in flames or something like that. Because that would be truly terrifying. Okay, deconstruct that. Mine all that out. Alright, so this room should be relatively cold. Yes, this room is very cold. So, the plan down here is I want to set up a petroleum, or I want to do the oil refining. We want to do a petroleum power plant, and all that good stuff. Because of how cold this space is, it should work pretty well on keeping this from getting too hot. I can also see, I don't think this is enough natural gas production to reasonably keep things under control. Another thing I want to do is get ourselves a proper oil reservoir. Because I've got all these different places where we can get oil from. I want to kind of dip this down so it all runs down to one place. And then we can pump it out, do all that kind of stuff. That'll be a later task though. I think the first thing is going to be getting this set up. Alright. Starvation, who and why? You have food, go get it. Why and when did this happen? None of this is ideal. Really? That's too much liquid? Okay. Yeah, no one's prioritized to cleaning, so that is what it is. I'm gonna leave the ladders there for right now. There are so many critters living in this middle area. Alright, so now I can get down there much faster. So refinement, we need an oil refinery. Alright, so we need both the polymer press to make plastic and the oil refinery. So right now I'm going to do the oil refinery first. I need to run a pipe for the oil. And this will be our oil pipe. And that'll let out petroleum. Actually, I changed my mind on this pipe. We can get rid of a little bit of that. That's the hot one. I don't want to carve into that one if I don't have to. I can put the storage up here for the oil, so the oil comes up, it's really hot, it sits here in the super cold area, cools off a little bit, then goes down in there. Unreachable toilet? Why are all the toilets shut down? So it would appear that the gross water is overwhelmed because you have no power. Why do you have no power? Don't tell me I ran out of natural gas. No, natural gas is basically full. Oh, I see what's going on. Okay, that actually does check out. Alright, how would be the best way to wire this? Here. This shouldn't be hard to fix. So we just put this down here, and that'll start it. That'll fix it. Okay. You need suits? I need plastic. And I need oil to make plastic. Good for you. You have Drecos? Where are my Drecos? Don't see him here. There's a Dreco. Let's see, the Greys. They grow in hydrogen climates. And they excrete phosphate. Yep, so they all make phosphate. That's glossy Dreco, whatnot. I remember people mentioning that before, and that was like a couple streams ago. You can cheer them. Yeah, and they have to be in a hydrogen environment, and right now I have no hydrogen to spare because I'm using it for power and I don't have enough. But yeah, no, it's the thing. Right now it's just like, okay, we're just gonna sort out the oil. Alright, where else do we leave a mess? Oh, that's just literally the natural gas, just dumping it on the ground, that's fine. And I don't care about it being here at all. We're gonna get more of it. That's all fine. Doesn't matter. Yeah, so I gotta get them to a hydrogen environment, which granted I do have some up here. Not a lot though. But it is a problem right now that the hydrogen has become a bottleneck. I switched off, I had 2 hydrogen power plants, I switched it down to 1, but we're not there yet. I need you to keep doing your thing here. Did you fix that? Okay, so the natural gas is fixed. We're now... Because the problem was it was going all the way over here, and it was only on the intake line, so it was only working when new intake was coming in. It wasn't pulling from the reservoir. Now, the problem is I am noticing that our reservoirs are draining of natural gas now, which is a problem because my hydrogen is empty. My natural gas is going down fast. I know I'm low on coal. So I gotta get more reliable. And I got a bunch of natural gas here. We are pumping more in. But this has a bottleneck in the system. Like, the bottleneck is the input line, which is actually not overwhelmed at the moment. Oh no, I guess it is hitting kind of near max capacity here. A lot of chlorine. Yeah, we'll keep going with it. It's partially is because, like I said, we're trying to previously get this to be very low pressure. Drugs need to live in hydrogen, but eat stuff that doesn't live in hydrogen. It gets pretty bit tricky. Gotcha. But I got my little slicksters here, slowly getting our supply up. Are any of you making more eggs for me? They're happy, idle, reproduction rate. Okay, so they are working at making more slicksters. Cool. Because I could at least that's a very slow way of getting oil while we work on the longer term one. Alright, so the oil refinery's there. So what I'm going to try and do is I want to put that, not gas, a liquid reservoir here. Put 2 liquid reservoirs here for the crude oil. I can't go that way. That makes sense. We'll just go like that. You can't quite reach that pipe, which is understandable, so we'll just go ladders and ladders. We'll get rid of it. It'll be fine. Alright. Alright, so we're doing pretty good in our freshwater supply. It's probably time that I can actually get rid of these outhouses. Put in actual sinks. So that way you can effectively convert freshwater into not freshwater. Okay. So let's go to medical, get our sinks. You go poop in the sinks, boys? Why? We have toilets. Alright. Good luck, Pipsqueak. Have a good one. Trapped in your little circle here that you can't escape. Alright. So, the challenge we're going to run into is we have all this liquid hydrogen down here, or the ethanol. What do pipsqueaks do? Sometimes they'll grab if there's a seed on the ground, they'll pick up the seed, they'll walk over, and then they'll plant it on down, like on soil. But the problem is this one can't, actually, no, I can't quite reach anywhere that could have seeds or plantable. They can be very useful if you want to, like, start your own, like, natural preserve. I could, like, you know, make a big dirt area up here kind of thing, or find a dirt area down here, wherever. Get the pipsqueak down there, and then deliberately put storage for seeds there, and then dump the seeds on the ground, and the pipsqueak would plant a bunch of them. Which is good for morale. So that's the oil refinery. What would the petroleum generator require? So you produce carbon dioxide and polluted water. So I honestly, like... So is the polluted water, is that just going to spit out? Yeah, it's just going to spit out, isn't it? Alright, so I need a reservoir for the polluted water somewhere. I put that. You could probably fit it over here. Honestly, we could actually... Well, no, that's going to be super... No, that's mixed temperature. I was say I'm looking for a place that I can put the polluted reservoir down here. Because I don't really want that in my base because it's going to produce a lot of heat. And my heat is fairly well managed inside the base. Get rid of that. It's done its job. But I could like have it... Because I don't want to dig up all the abyssite if I don't have to. Because the abyssite is really good in... Oh, actually, I got a perfect spot right here. Right here is a perfect spot for it. Because it's in this little pocket of abyssite here. We can dig all that out. We can just dump all the gross water in there. And then that could be something we add onto the system. Or even just reroute this. It's a squirrel. Yeah, I mean, I could actually see that. I see where you're going with the squirrel thing. Take seeds, plant them someplace else. Alright, well, with that in mind... Let's go ahead and take out those 2 pieces of wall. I'll put a door here. I'll start laying the ground. We'll let this hydrogen out and just dump it down in there where the oil's at. Since it's already contaminated with hydrogen, why not? Or not hydrogen, ethanol. Ethanol, we can just dump it down there with the rest of the ethanol. Our oxygen's really good here for the time being. Well, at least it didn't block our vent. So we're getting more and more crap from the asteroids building up here. We're just venting all our extra carbon dioxide out of here, since this is just spewing out tons of it. Alright, you're complaining about not enough, but you're still good there. Alright. Okay, so we've got all that set up, so it's time to go here and say gas reservoir. And then this is the most store, like, we're not going to put more storage in this because I'm already committing way too much space to just storing all the gases we can. Alright, we can go vents, do this. Just connect you straight across, connect you straight across. Connect you straight across, connect you straight across. You'll need a bridge. You will need a bridge. How am I gonna do that? What are you in here? Are you polluted oxygen? These are polluted oxygen, right? I never did make a room to deal with all this polluted oxygen, did I? Then you're out of asteroid to build on. I still have more. I can go down. We have the chlorine here. You already hooked up to the intake, so just keep on going to that. And honestly, that's good enough for me. It's not gonna properly work, but I can live with that. And I guess you bridge there. Your oxygen. You know what? Change of plan how I'm approaching this. Get this out of here. End this. We're only gonna worry about the ones that are actually getting full. All these other ones we can just, I mean, that's basically already hooked up already. All these other ones I'm gonna ignore until they're a problem. So we got you, we got you. So you need to be hooked up and you need to be hooked up. The others are all fine. So bridge. Boom. You. Now I can just ignore the others. That won't work right on the natural gas top section. Can either go up or down. Yeah. I mean, it's disconnected right now. I'm not going to really worry about it. Oh, actually, wait. It is still set to be connected. Cancel you. I'll still keep the tanks there, so all I have to do is hook up the vent later. But right now, it's just this one being mostly full and that being mostly full. Scalding? Oh, that's understandable. Oh, it's going to be real hard to do this. The problem I'm going to run into is as hot as that oil is, the pump's going to overheat. Overheat temperature is 167. We get wolframite. So that'll bump it up 90 degrees if I use that. So if we use the gold here that we got a hold of, then it bump it up to 250. That would be probably enough. I don't remember if that's here or not, though. I think that might be at our other location. We're gonna make the pit deeper. That's fine, Evil Goku. I am figuring it out on my own, though, so, you know, I've already invested the amount of time I've invested into doing this. Might as well check it out and see where it goes. Alright. Okay, so you've got this. Put a door here. For right now, we're going to cut across there. Say that, and do that. With the goal of trying to put a floor here, then I can punch through this spot real fast. Let all that drain out down to the hole where everything else is. Even make it more of a hassle. Alright, because with this, we can go over here. We'll get that one all set up. Where was the other one? There's no one over here. Oh, it's already hooked up. Right. So I just need to kill that block, get rid of those two. Then they can step down, actually do that and that. And they can step down here. Then I'll, grab all that out of here. I don't know if we'll actually get all those hooked up, but that makes them available if I do decide to. I'm surprised there's so much more space down here that doesn't have... Actually, that's abyssalite. Never mind. Doesn't really have anything happening down here. Yeah, there's like no geysers or anything down there. Alright. I have a hospital here, right? Sure, I don't care. That's what I was hoping, is that, if this is the lighter, the ethanol, then I could put the pump down here, and then just put a thing like a tile or two above it and say, if you detect ethanol, just stop. And that would be fine. Alright, we can go ahead and lock you open. All the disgusting air. Because I had the deodorizer, and then I came to the realization I don't actually have a good source of sand or anything here. It's like, oh, okay. Cleaning up the air here is going to be an absolute nightmare. Step one is just going to get all the stuff that's off-gassing pollution and get rid of that. But we're nowhere near able to do that yet. Alright, so it's getting kind of the limit of where they can reach. The air pressure is getting dangerously low here again. Oh, here we got more junk to mop up. And the plan is for this just to be a pit I can drop all the oil into it. So I don't have to put a bunch of pumps and a whole bunch of stuff everywhere. Food is low. Alright, has our food gotten contaminated by fresh water again? Is that what's going on? No. No, it just fell behind, probably because of everything else going on. Alright, so we can deconstruct these. One thing that would also help is we can go ahead and put some showers in this place. So you can start cleaning off some of the germs. Alright. I could put an electrolyzer in here, but if I put an electrolyzer in here, then I need to have the water pumping from over here as a steady thing. And I'm mostly doing this so that way I can convert fresh water into not fresh water. So we can kind of just check on our fresh water supply, see how it's doing. And if it starts getting sketch, bring in more. Which actually looks like we're about due for more fresh water coming in. So we can go ahead and hop over to our other base. And start shipping it in. Alright, our reservoirs are basically full, so that's fine. Because if it does get low, I just turn that pump on and we're good to go. Okay, it is only 2 tiles. I was about to say, don't you dare get yourself cornered. Well, that's not good. That's our natural gas reservoirs just about completely depleted. That's going to shut off half our base. Honestly, with the research, do I care about the research right now? Are you going like what's happening here? All right. What are we even doing in research right now? Ah, I see. We've reached the point where I need orange research. Okay. I see. They're maxing out a bunch of research right now. That's fine. So you're still making... Alright, so you're working on reproduction. I'll get a bunch more of you. We get little trace amounts of oil going. Alright, so we're importing all of our water to the other location, so let's pop over to the other one real fast. It'll go till it starts backing up a little. I probably do need to have, like, a closed storage system for this as well. We just haven't done it yet. Okay, so you've got that built. So we'll go pump, liquid pump, make it out of the gold. Alright. Power use will probably need to be high. Honestly, I don't need to make this a separate room, so we can get rid of the door. I'll take a... okay, I'm seeing a problem with the strategy. It's fine. We'll deal with it later. I'm not going to worry about it right this second. What I'm going to need to do is actually 200... You might be able to handle that. What I'm going to end up needing... Yeah, we can handle that. What I'm going to ultimately need to do is I'm going to need to replace the power line I'm running right now with the heavier one. It'll take it off this grid up here and put it on its own grid in here. And that should work well. Yep, the only mantra, deal with it later. Well, I mean, you have to. There's always like 30,000 things you need to deal with. So you gotta keep having things not make the cut. Alright, I'm gonna have to slow things down for a moment. Because I need to deal with my nose and use the restroom real fast. So I'm going to do that real fast. In the meantime, thanks so much for everyone who's been tuning in, has been lurking, chatting, following, subscribing to the bits, hoes, the donos, and the raids. It all helps, and I really do appreciate it. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream so far. And I'll be back in just a couple minutes. So thank you.
Thank you Smiffles for subscribing for 3 months. Rules tab.
Okay. The Arabic problem? Let's see. We're doing cookie stream now? Alright. So I see Cookie's costing mission. Oh, thank you, Smiffles, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate it. You've been subbed to the channel for 3 months, and I appreciate the continued support. It does mean a lot, and so thank you. I hope you enjoy your advertising free viewing as well as access to the emotes. The Arabic problem? So, the air's actually not been that bad. Everything is a big problem. Don't worry about it. There's definitely stuff that is not going the way we want it to. How is our other colony? Because the thing I need to worry about is because I'm pumping ridiculously cold water through the middle of my base, right here, right now. The question is, yeah, that is what people refer to as suboptimal. So it's time to turn you back on because you got hot water. And I don't know why there's a big spill of water here, but I don't like it. Yeah, because it's pulling a whole bunch of real cold water. Do I have autom? Oh no, yeah, do you have automation set too? I think you do. Because it is going to start turning off some of these after a while. Well, they will stop doing what they need to do. But I am trying to, I basically want to keep going until this shuts off. But here's a question. Why don't I just do this too? And let's leave it alone. Well, is there a reason not to do that? It saves some energy. Okay. Alright, so we're getting pretty... Okay, yeah, we're getting to the point that's gonna start shutting stuff down pretty soon. because we're just getting that temperature way down. We've dropped the temperature inside the building to about just under 50 degrees Fahrenheit. Which, to give you an idea, is room temperature for houses is like, you know, people argue it, but it's like 72 to 78 degrees Fahrenheit. Damage overheated. Oh, that's suboptimal. Why are you 200 degrees in here all of a sudden? Why are you individually 200 degrees? How much? Oh, you make a lot of heat. You make a whole lot of heat. Alright. So carve that out. We've got that situated. So we're gonna need to do here is we'll put mesh tile there. So that way liquid can still flow through it. And I'll dig all that out. We're starting to fill up our crude oil reservoir. And so liquid coming up there is real hot. But it's going into a super cold space that has a renewable cold to it. So I'm pretty sure it'll balance out. Oh good, we've hit the point that the air pressure is getting low enough that this thing is turning on and off. Excellent. Alright, we're ready for you to be open. And actually, for that matter, cancel building all that for right now so they don't actually punch a hole in the floor. Your plants are all good. What's happening with your food? So your food's still okay. How are you doing? Because we've been importing all of that water. Alright, pretty soon... Actually, I might be able to just leave it alone now. We literally might just be able to leave it alone now, because that should turn off pretty soon, because it'll block up. And it won't be able to empty out anymore. So it'll fill up this pipe. And then it should stop flowing. Because the issue on the other side isn't the amount of water I have, it's literally the temperature of the water, because when it's flowing at full tilt through my base is overpowering. Because I'm just pulling the water from this reservoir down in and filtering it. And I have another reservoir down here that I'm using to try and counteract the cold. So honestly, that might not be a bad thing. Eventually I'll have to correct it, but I have like a giant pool of like salt water and all that. I've got salt water piled up here. I'm gonna draw from this more heavily. Am I winning? I would say I'm more winning than losing. There's a lot of processes that aren't going as fast as I want them to, but you know, it could definitely be worse. Ooh, you're getting warmer than I like actually over here. Bum. And all the ones we cared about that were filling up. Oh, right. We're about to run out of natural gas, aren't we? I forgot about that. So you're running all this stuff. So you need to stay on. Disable building. We're just gonna shut down science for a while. Scalding. How long do you have to incubate? How long do you have to incubate? Nowhere near. Alright, so we have successfully survived a year. Alright. Remove, disable building. We're just gonna have to let that egg hatch on its own. Because that is too hot now. Or not. Oh no, even... Okay. It's still taking damage from the heat. So basically what's going to have to happen is that incubator's not going to fly. Yeah, that incubator's not going to be able to do anything. I mean, I have to replace it with something made out of material that can handle higher temperatures. Alright, so we got an achievement for a 1-year-old colony. I got another pool of water here. This is really hot water, though. Oh, what did you have to offer? Fried mushrooms. Alright. I'll take free food. Okay, this is officially run dry. Yeah, fried mushrooms. Uh-huh. I haven't had fried mushrooms in so long. That is something I certainly need to correct. Alright, so we're going to deconstruct that tile. Because this is going to be a giant reservoir for dirty water later. Alright, go ahead and get rid of that. Let me go over here and do a mesh tile over here. And we'll start mining all that up. That's just wrong. Yep. Alright, so one of the things I need to do is automation, liquid element sensor. I'm going to put it right there. And I'm going to need a NOT gate. And connect you, and connect you. Because the idea behind this is going to be pretty straightforward. I'm going to look for the liquid, or I'm going to look for the ethanol. If I see the ethanol here, turn off the pump. Because the oil is heavier than the ethanol, it should pump. Why not a yes gate? Because it's always a yes gate. It's only not a yes gate when it's a not gate. Alright, Pank, go to medical. Max earned a skill point, sorry. Or researching. Cool. Yeah, and I'm not getting enough slime, which is a surprise. Do I not have... Oh, it's a Puff Prince? Yep. Why not detect the oil without the NOT gate? I could do that. I mean, yeah, I probably should. So the entire reason I was debating not doing that was just... I don't know what the range that pulls from, but that should be fine. Because I'm okay with just a bunch of oil sitting here not doing anything for a while. That's cool with me. It's just I want to make sure I don't contaminate this by pulling in a bunch of ethanol. Oh, there's another oil reservoir over there. That shouldn't be too hard to get to. Not that it really matters, like I'm just connecting as many of these. If it's a plus sign up and down from the left tile. Oh, it's a plus sign up and down from the down left tile. Okay. So from where it actually, like, down here, it's a plus sign. Alright. Either way, that should be high enough. That if it doesn't connect oil, just immediately, you know, axe it. Because it should pull down this direction first, because that's where we're actually pulling in from. Okay, so with that, ladder straight down. Mind the sides there. Okay, and they can't get stuck there. So then we do 2 here, 3 there. And you shouldn't be able to get stuck here either. You won't be able to reach all that, that's close enough. So I'm just trying to hollow this space out as much as possible. It's just gonna be a place I'm gonna dump a bunch of liquid into later. Okay, so you're going to be looking for crude oil. So don't turn it on unless you have crude oil available. Now, at the moment, I don't have reliable power, but like I said, what I'm going to probably do is, once we get a bunch of this set up, I'm going to have the crude oil power plant up here. I'm going to wire it all in. We're going to use the big fat power cable to handle it. That has not been in any urgency because until these reservoirs are full, you know, there's no rush. Starvation. I mean, that seems... Oh, we're out of food? Why are we out of food? Where has the food gone? Critter starvation? Oh, you're running out of carbon dioxide. That is a really big problem. Because I'm only getting reliable... Oh. Alright, I need more carbon dioxide. Yeah, we could just... Yeah, we could just open them up. I'm curious why chlorine was getting in there. So we can go ahead and open those. Yeah, that should be fine. I closed them before because I was expecting the chlorine level in that to go up and down. And I wanted to make sure I had the space enclosed and whatnot. We'll go ahead and put that as a maximum priority. That way if I say, hey, deal with the door, they know to just deal with the door. Yeah, it's really tiny, teeny, itty-bitty trace amounts of that. Yeah, like the carbon dioxide was just gone. Eventually that is going to be a problem. But the assumption was that I was going to be... Oh, here's one thing. Disable that building. Stop getting rid of that. Scalding? Who was scalding? Oh yeah, it's going to be you guys trying to get this far over. Alright. Deconstruct all that, but while you're in there. So let's see how the temperature's going, because I'm pumping pretty hot liquid up this tunnel. As you can see from that pipe being that much hotter. But I think it'll be fine. I think ultimately, duplicants have died. Hank starved. That's not what I wanted. Pank deserved better. So Pank was our construction person. Well, the good news is last I checked, I already had some gravestones made. Where were we putting the gravestones out here? Yeah, I had a spare gravestone already made for Pank. Not for Pank specifically, but, you know, just in general. I like using a liquid sensor and a liquid shutoff to make low power liquid fuel things. I had that earlier, and it was because the liquid is like moving and stopping, moving and stopping, moving and stopping. It was becoming unreliable. So I just went ahead and turned this on because I I needed to not have a problem. It's those things like I could have fussed it and probably figured it out, but it's like immediately starvation was an issue. Is my farming person just not doing their job anymore? Who is our farming person over here? Priorities. Luxray. Well, there's Luxray. Double check to make sure you don't... Yeah, so it's literally farming is your only main priority. Yeah, so you can farm right there. Right here. That might be eating her food. No, you eat metals and all that. It's meat. That's fine. Oh, public. Alright, Luxray, you sit in the medical bed for a little bit. Well, we need a new construction person on that side, which is a bummer. They're absorbing the carbon dioxide too fast. Do I seriously have, like, no carbon dioxide hardly left? We'll take the coal. Because I don't have like another carbon dioxide pit. How am I like running out of carbon dioxide so aggressively? Yeah, and so they're just cleaning everything up. That's fine. Oh, we can go ahead and do that as well. And we can go over here. Yeah, CO2 generator. I had a scrubber, just one in the whole place, and I shut it off. At least it should be shut off. Yeah, and it wasn't next to the coal. All right, we can get rid of you. But I don't have one up here. So it's just like very genuinely, I have almost no carbon dioxide. Like I'm not storing it anywhere. At least I'm pretty sure I'm not storing it. Yeah, these are the mixed tanks. Like, by and large, the carbon dioxide is just being pumped right through the system. It's just almost none is being brought in. Like, this spits out a little carbon dioxide from time to time. You know what, right now, stop hurting yourselves. I can't even utilize them right now, so it doesn't matter. Alright, you need to get out of bed for a minute. Can I? Alright. If your gas storage isn't full, you can loop the mixed gas overflow back into the sorter. If your gas... Oh, yeah. This is true. So the downside is that means I have to put more on the intake line, which is getting pretty maxed out. But there's a lot of natural gas that's trapped back here, and I do need that right now. I'm just trying to more think of how can I get it to the intake. Is the real question here is how do I get it to the intake? I mean, the best I can come up with is put like three bridges over here and just shove it right in the side, which may be exactly what I do. I am concerned about potentially blocking off the oxygen, though, because that oxygen is going full tilt into the base and not keeping up. I think it's okay. Because almost nothing is getting back to this storage in the back anymore. Like, honestly... I don't even know which one I'm connected to anymore. Automation. Shouldn't that... Oh, here. Just have it start off gassing. It's a bunch of chlorine that we could go and pull and put them in the actual containers they should be. We have a bunch of natural gas I wanted to get out of the line. Is this mostly chlorine? Let's check. Chlorine, a bit of hydrogen, a bit of natural gas, a bit of carbon dioxide. Chlorine, hydrogen, oxygen, natural gas, natural gas, natural gas. So it's actually mostly natural gas in there. Alright, changed my mind. Let's not do that. So you put two bridges over the vertical lines and one horizontal bridge for the O2 line. They're worried about? Yeah, so I think so it's the intake here. This is my intake line. So my concern is like right now it's getting gaps in it, which is okay. I want to make sure that this gets priority, which I can use the bridge to do that, I believe. So what I'll probably need to do is if we approach this like this, we can go do this. You'd have a line here, you'd have a line here, you'd have a line here. Now, if I put it like this, and then I loop it like down here or whatever, so I just cut this across here and I go down, I'm assuming what would happen in that situation is the line here would take priority, then my line. No, get rid of the right two bridges? Alright, so yeah, I'd go under these two, and then you're saying if I bridge across here... No, yeah, bridge across there. The first thing that needs to happen is that has to go away. No. That has to go away. So I don't start cross-contaminating. And then this goes here. But I want the oxygen to take priority. Because the oxygen, without it, we die. I mean, right now it won't matter because this isn't connected, so that wasn't actually necessary for me to do that. We'll see. It may be one of those things that I just have to adjust around. Oh, I think passing vertically would take priority. Okay. Fair enough. Then we should be good to connect it. The only problem is they can't actually reach that, can they? Alright, that should be able to reach all that for building it. Anything being bridge will not get priority. Bridges get priority going off the line. Like, we'll see what happens when it's hooked up. If it's a problem, like, I can do stuff like I can weave it around or whatever. Alright, so now if I look at that, the water only flows a little bit every once in a while. They're not pulling nearly as much water from here. Breathability seems to be okay. Or anyone else can be healed? No one can be healed. Everyone's all healed up. Surprised that that's all damaged, which is a little concerning. The white side gets priority to pull off the line. The green side gets low priority putting on the line. Gotcha. Alright, so the liquid oil reserves are maxed out. And this would be about to shut off anyways because of all... Like, there's not enough oil in the pit. It's mostly ethanol. Okay, so the next thing on the priority list here is going to be power, smart battery. After that, petroleum generator, which now I remember the petroleum generator is going over here. We'll get rid of those two tiles and we'll make them mesh. So that we can dump the polluted water down there. I'm like, right now it'll be all mixed and contaminated. That'll be the next project. Oh, it's 3 tiles wide? Alright, well, I don't know which tile is the off one. Having an extra tile isn't going to exactly hurt. The power's a petroleum generator. I am going to want the petroleum storage to be somewhere, so I think I might just put 2 storage units of petroleum down here. That should be probably fine for what I need right now. Let me go here. Plumbing. Yeah, that'll work. And then go this way. Yeah, those are intake. I can bridge it over that because I don't want to dig out too much of this if I don't have to. Because we're getting to the abyssalite. And that'll be your intake. And like, none of that's ready to be hooked up. So we're also going to go here. We can get the big fat power cable for this one. Right, the door's got to go. We're going to put the big fat power cable for this one. Because I am going to have it take over all the oil stuff down below. Meanwhile, we'll go to automation. Do this. Alright. So that way we're not wasting any more petroleum than we need to. Because then what the plan will be is I'll probably disconnect this wire up here. And then have all of this stuff down here managed by the petroleum generator. Because that should handle most of what I need. Power petroleum. How much do you put out? 2 kilowatts. Yeah, so the petroleum generator, I mean, honestly, the petroleum generator could probably, if it wasn't for that airlock, the petroleum generator could power, like, all of this stuff up here. Yeah, like, this will probably almost get shut down entirely. Let's disconnect the wire up here, have all this down here being sorted. Don't care. Alright, so that'll take a while to set up. I shouldn't have to worry about coming online until everything else is mostly built. Yeah, it won't come online until I have everything else built, because this power connection, it won't be able to power that. I'm gonna have to have, like, the hamster wheel in here, just as a thing for when that shuts off to kind of turn on just enough to kick it over. You know, then it'll, you know, should take over for itself at that point. Alright, what is this one? Are you the polluted oxygen? No, you're the chlorine. The chlorine is the one I'm just trying to pull the most out of, because I'm just storing, I don't have a place I really want it. More and more salt water. Okay, sorry about that. Oh, hey, Cookie, I just saw my the other screen, the pop-up. Thank you. I'll check that out after stream. Like, we'll probably play it on stream. But thank you. Okay. Yeah, so natural gas that was becoming a problem. We turned that one off. This is just ticking on and off. That's still going strong. How are we on the natural gas? So we still have a decent amount on that pipe. This one's almost, yeah, this one's almost backed up to the reservoir. Oh, are you connected yet? Okay. Oh, that's also good. I forgot. Like, a lot of this being stored was oxygen. I forgot about that. Okay. That's probably fine. Because it's mostly, yeah, it's just filling in the gaps. That works. It's also because it's combining with that. That should help too. Okay, I think that's a good idea. And then if we still manage to get up to enough that it goes to the 5th tank filling up, then that opens up and starts dumping out more. Alright. Yeah, the big thing is, like, very little oxygen is getting stored because it's... By the time it gets all the way over here, it's almost as fast as we can get into the interior space that's being used. We'll get there. And they're just working on it. That's fine, the pipe's blocked. Yeah, carbon dioxide getting down there is not as cold. So the problem I have is I think because I'm pulling the carbon dioxide directly next to this thing, I'm taking all that cold carbon dioxide and immediately venting it out to space before it can get much done. So it might even be a thing that I put it over here somewhere, that we start venting out the hot air instead of the cold. Of course, that might be part of what's keeping this place a decent temperature. Rotten bog jelly? Oh, break down to fluid dirt? That's fine. Because I'm using that to do our sublimation. So awkwardly, that's still helping us with surviving. But then this will be a net, like a net, what do you want to say, increase, like this will be a source, I should say, of water now. I just need to get all this ethanol out of here. Probably get some of it out of here, actually. Yeah, so they can mop that up. Okay, and we're running out of polluted water, which is its own concern. We're probably also at the point I can actually set up a fridge. Because we waited on that before because the power on each line. But if I'm going to be separating out all this line here in just a minute, I can toss a fridge on this line. Maybe right here to have it as short a distance as possible. I guess under food. Because that'll help have less food waste. And at least that'll make this power cable do more once I've disconnected everything. I guess one other thing we can go ahead and we can start doing this. And all the rest up there will be a different network. You'll be that. Alright, and you can be connected here as well. Do I need anything still turned on down here? I do not. So disconnect that power line. And that'll separate this network out from all the stuff down here. This will stop the air pumping for a little while until this is more built. Yeah, I think I'm running into the problem where the ladder is tall enough that they get halfway up and then they realize they need air. And then they just drop their junk on the ground, and then they run down, they grab it, and then they come up, they realize they need air. You get the idea. Alright. Have we not gone for atmosuits yet? No, I haven't. That was under stations. Let me check, because I thought those needed plastic, which is the reason I'm holding up. Where's the crafting bench? It's not the crafting bench. I think there's a suit specifically for them. There's the atmosuit dock. There's a checkpoint. Data not found. Excellent. Okay. Atmos Forge. The Exosuit Forge. Okay. So you need a lot of power. You need 480 power. What is the power on this network? I don't think you produce that much power, do you? 800 watts. Only while after actively crafting. Yeah. Alright. I might be able to set it up here and just basically tell them, don't use it unless the battery is... Or like, nah, it's fine. We could just put it here. They'll work on stuff a little at a time. We'll need to get a better power source for it later. But that's the first one I can think of that actually has the power bandwidth to potentially do anything with it. Because worst case, you just turn it off, and then when we get a different power source, that'll be fine. Alright, so we are starting getting a tiny bit of natural gas into our storage now. Am I getting any storage? Well, at the moment, this thing is almost purely oxygen, so it's just churning through the oxygen. Okay. For a moment, I thought this was feeding back into itself and then back into the input. I was about to be like, oh no, really, this whole time? It's not. It's not, though. Ooh, that is a lot of build-up carbon dioxide. Oh! That might be a problem for them down here. They're not getting any additional carbon dioxide in here right now because their main source of carbon dioxide at the moment was this. And because of how saturated that is, there's literally nothing getting through from any of these pumps over here. Interesting. And what do you got for me today? Okay, you have plenty of food here. You can use a little nudge of food. So here, have some barbecue. All right, they're still working on all of that. They did disconnect the line. The fact that all the oxygen is so horrifically polluted still, which is because our main source of oxygen is polluted oxygen, is just so upsetting. Then we got polluted dirt, off-gassing everywhere. Edible food, cooking ingredients. Go start loading that fridge up. We're actually going to have proper food storage. Alright, so I've got the battery online and all that. We will go here to the power line. Because once they build that, that'll be ready to start. We'll end up needing to add in for plastic as well. Which my plan is to actually do that like right here next, is to have that oil split out so I start producing plastic. Critter starvation, it's going to be because you're not getting carbon dioxide. And just the amount of carbon dioxide here is horrific. Alright, so what can I do to deal with that? So what I need to do is I need to temporarily get them a gap in the line, because that'll be more enough carbon dioxide to help them, if I can get a gap in the line. Which I should be getting now, because we have depleted all of this. So it's literally just waiting for a gap in our intake. And just surprisingly, this thing is going solid. There we go, we got a gap right there. Yeah, so that whole gap is going to be carbon dioxide city. Alright. Bring in the carbon dioxide. So it should just fall up to route. It'll get the second to last row. It'll then pop on over. It'll be routed down to our very, very hungry slicksters. I think we are at the point I might as well close the doors. And the reason for that is because the gas outside now is just chlorine and it's extremely low pressure. So I do want to slam those doors closed and let whatever carbon dioxide get in here stay in here. Because right now this room is filling up with chlorine. Yeah, it immediately puffs out like one whiff of carbon dioxide. They all just immediately consume it. Yeah, so we are actually managing to lower the pressure of air down. Like, over here is still high because that's to work the whole way around. But we are starting to get the air pressure so low out here. Alright, so natural gas is starting to build up. The chlorine and the polluted oxygen are also building up. I'm half tempted to just cut the polluted oxygen loose in here, just like this area, to push everything else down. Basically, don't store the polluted oxygen. I mean, I've been meaning to sit there and just I wonder if there's an easier way to clean, because, like, I know we can clean polluted oxygen using the odorizer, but that's, like, that is what it is there. I wonder if there's a way to clean it that's lower effort. I mean, I'm sure there's something like a critter, like there's a critter that can eat it and then turn into, I mean, we could, put it in a room with, puffs and just let them turn all into slime and use the slime to produce algae to produce oxygen. As long as we keep that, don't produce in the first place. That's what I was basically thinking, is we'd need ways to get rid of it. I actually don't think I am producing hardly any polluted oxygen anymore. It's just like literally, oh, it's gonna be all this slime off-gassing. That's where it's all coming from. Until I forgot that's a thing happening over here. Actually, it would be safe to do this too. Get rid of all the slime in this biome. Get rid of it. You got trace amounts of this coming up from here. Just take the polluted oxygen, just vent it out into space. Be like, this isn't my problem. And you're still turned on, so we're... Okay, yeah, we're good. How's the temperature in the base doing? The temperature's actually pretty... Like, it's actually gone a little bit warmer. Because I am pulling from that reservoir below, down here. We've been pulling from that steadily. Yeah, so they're starting to get cramped in there, which isn't super surprising. Yeah, food is decaying down there. Because we are struggling to get stuff. Do I not have the materials for this? What is the deal? Critter starvation. We're already out of CO2. I'm just surprised I'm not dealing with more CO2, because I've got all the natural gas generators are producing steel too. Do I still have a coal generator? Yeah, I still have a coal generator. It produces CO2. But like we're still not even having a meaningful amount in there even. Like, I almost need to find a way to make more CO2. Which is a weird thing, because that's not normally a problem I have to worry about. How much does a slickster eat? A pretty decent amount from the looks of it. Carbon dioxide, 20 kilograms per cycle. That is a lot of CO2. No wonder. That is a lot of CO2. That is a lot of CO2. Man, that means I can be about as terrible as I want with CO2. Like, really just lean in and be as absolutely abusive about CO2 as I could possibly ever want to be. And I would probably still be okay. What am I going to call them? Well, if they starve, then they'll kind of call themselves. And then the egg should hatch, and then we get the next batch. You know, it's a thing. It'll be fine. I'm genuinely trying to think of a way I can make a lot more CO2, but it still boils down to my power sources only produce CO2 so fast. I mean, I could... Right now... Oh, here's one thing we can do. Stop that. Alright, here's one thing we can do. We can fix... Well, we can improve the problem. Yeah, I'm gonna do that, because I'm gonna replace that block anyways. not that far. Get rid of the gas vent. Big old pipe to connect the CO2 over. That should help a little bit. It's still not going to be enough to keep them from dying kind of thing, but technically an improvement. I wonder, actually, I have a curiosity. So it's my other one, the other insert thing. So that's this one's in. So this is the output here. I mean, that's a decent way away from the slicksters. I was thinking I could potentially take all of that CO2 I'm literally just ejecting into space on the other side, and I could pump CO2 in here. No, glass. Cool. So I could like literally just pump the CO2 in here, let it kind of deal with this. You know, maybe just literally open this up across the board. So that all the CO2 just spills in and then gets over to the slickster. That'd actually be about the right height. We'd have to get around that. But I could just make that the wall that air passes through but water doesn't. That would actually work. Ooh. Alright, so to set that up, I would need to pop over here. And you're the input there. I mean, you can also just vent it straight from the teleporter to them, right? That's what I was thinking. Because right now, I have this is pumping, like literally just pumping CO2 into space. I could instead have it route over this way, into this place, and send it over. I just need to move my field researcher over here. To hook it up. Because I wouldn't even need to power it. Yeah, that's exactly what we're going to do. Alright, so first of all, I got to get the CO2 over there. So we'll just go like this. That's fine. Alright, so that'll take a lot of time. Like, that's going to take them work to get that done. They're struggling to get this far because there's just not enough air. But once I get that all hooked up, we can disconnect the pipe that goes there. That'd be a fair bit of heat. Right? Not, the slicksters will care. Actually, it's the wrong direction heat problem. It's very cold. Is the issue. But that might work out to help cancel out the heat we've got going on the other side. So that's the genuine issue I have right now, is it might actually be too cold that it's going to be potentially dangerous for him. Alright, who was our new researcher? You actually have the research I already need. What was your name again? You're Max, right? Alright, Max. Your services are needed over here on this side. You should be able to reach that just fine now, so pop over here. And I need one Max, paging one Max. Building entombment. Well, that works out because our vent just got covered up by, Oh, that's not the vent I'm using anymore, that's fine. The issue is that prompt's not going to go away, and that's because of meteors hitting up here and the junk falling down. But it would be good to not need to, again, to dump stuff in space again and again. Oh, I need you to be over here. Where are you at, Max? Paging Max. There you go, buddy. You are taking the scenic route, my friend. Which is not a great idea when there's no air there. Alright, all I need you to do, Max, is immediately beeline over here and do that. There you go, buddy. I actually meant for you to do research. Where are you going? Oh, you're gonna research that. That's fine. Actually, I'm cool with that. I forgot that even needed doing. Where are you gonna sleep, by the way? What are the temperatures over here? I mean, that's holding its temperature this whole time, which I'm surprised. How has that not gotten colder? It's fine. We're gonna poke a little hole right there, and then Max could sleep in there. Because I do want that researched anyways as well. Which it's interesting you're choosing to do that over this one. Because that's set to 9, and you're set to 5. You need field research. And you also need field research, as I recall. Why are you not doing this? You can path it, right? That's 2 blocks. Like, literally, you're just running there yourself right now. Local colony lacks field research. Check your skills, Max. Have you let me down? You have field research. Well, I slammed the door open. Cancel, activate. There we go. Colony achievement earned. Have a duplicate with the Masterwork skill. Paint a Masterwork quality painting. I did no. Oh. I did no such thing, game. I haven't made a single painting. It just so happens the Dupalisa is in here. Alright, so that is now online. What says cancel activation? You're a field researcher. Alright, hang on. Go turn on the teleporter. Then you can go back to science. I get it. You're a scientist at heart, and you just really want to discover new things. Teleportation, not cool enough. Random geyser, way more important. Literal teleportation? Nah. No one wants that. That's old hat. Random gas vent. Hey, Aleximi, how's it going? Pipe blocked. Oh, right. That checks out. There you go. So once they get this... Oh, it's gonna take a while. I wonder why you've only done 2 things. Am I running out of resources? What resource am I lacking? Not you, not you, not you. Oh, that's not a construction thing. That building entombment is going to bother me so much, and I know I don't care about it, but I know I need to actually fix it because it's going to bother me that it's sitting there. Because it's also showing it as like the highest concern. So I'm going to have to open this door, let this crap fall through. Recontaminate our gross water. No, don't. Donkey Duff. Buddy. Buddy. Look, we need to talk about this. So no this way. Okay. Yeah, it's not complaining about not having resources. Critter starvation. Alright. Have you built this pipe? Are you good? Oh yeah, we're starting to get those. Never mind. It's being choked up by this again. This pipe is always going to be carbon dioxide, so we're just gonna do a bypass here. Okay. We need you to fix that, please. Wait, did you disconnect that from your main gas system? No. So, if we look at this, this is the carbon dioxide path. It's coming, the only things that connect to that are these 2 generators. Well, actually 3 generators, and all of that is carbon dioxide over there. It should go there. I am going to have to sit here and disconnect this spot once it's set. I mean, this is actually one way. Yeah. So what I'll end up doing... Alright, let's go here real fast. Disconnect that gas pipe. Why are you flowing that way? You shouldn't be flowing that way. I don't understand why you're flowing to this point. Why is that the point you're flowing to? It'll be fine. It'll fix itself once we get the rest of the pipe there. It's just weird. It has no output, so just picked one? Gotcha. Alright, I really need you to finish that segment of pipe. Once that's done, we should be good, because that has one way that's all out. So it should just be going through. There we go. Bring on the carbon dioxide. I know you're all starving in your little room of chlorine, but we got you, friend. You're about to get a whole lot more carbon dioxide than you're ready for. Not really. They eat an obnoxious amount. You know what we probably can do? Let's actually go back over here. Oh, there really isn't. I was gonna be like, let's find some place way down here that we will occasionally get trace amounts of carbon dioxide, and it's like, oh yeah, I got like this pit, but even that has very little in there. Like one slick will finish that off. Nah, they'll just sit in there until, you know, they get super duper sad and die, and then, you know, then we'll have to, you know, just deal with the reducing population. Sand. Oh, sand I want. Hey, buddy. You know where sand's going? It's not going here. It's going right here. Because that is going to allow us to filter some water and all that. Actually, I turned that off. We're going to turn on our odorizer and get a minimal amount of air clean. It's a lost cause. You don't really feel a need. There's no... Yeah, I literally don't even want to clean the polluted water right now. Because I'm running low on it. Which is the whole reason I was getting all these showers and all that turned online, was just very strictly to produce polluted water. Why aren't they building that? Can't you crush rock in the sand? I do. I can. I need to set up power. Like, this is the thing. Like, this is going to be my good power down here, so I could put a rock crusher and that kind of stuff down here. Right now, my power on this side's pretty rough. Because I don't have a meaningful amount of natural gas. I don't have a I mean, we only recently, I should say, got a reliable source of water to start making hydrogen. I don't think I've even seen coal here. You get the idea. There's not a whole lot of place for me to get power. It feels very heavily like you're supposed to get oil online and do that. I mean, we're getting a steady flow of carbon dioxide in here. It's not a ton, but it is a steady flow. You went hydrogen fast on that biome? Yeah. The big thing is I need a source of water. Which we do have now. I'm basically taking the ridiculous amount of water I've got on this one. I'm gonna bringing it across. We have a loop. I didn't think about that. We're literally feeding water back into our own stuff and just kind of wasting power. Is that warming our place or cooling it? It's warming it, right? I mean, right now I actually do want our place to get warmed, so I'm okay with continuing to do that. Like, even though it's a waste of energy, is a waste of energy that's getting our temperature closer to what we actually want, so I'm willing to just ignore it and consider everything fine. Alright, how are we doing in natural gas? That's starting to actually collect again? Not really. It does seem like I'm getting those like weird freezes where I watch the gas move and it just kind of goes stop, stop, stop. So I think we might be getting a like a processor limitation kind of thing. All right. So the next move is going to be digging that out. Because then I can tell them to dig these tiles out. Actually, tell them to dig all that out. And that one block there. And that way they can't trap themselves up top. Alright, so they can't... They dig all that out. You might actually be able to reach that from down there. There you go. Yep, so they shouldn't be able to get themselves trapped up there. Alright, so how's your air doing, since that's what it says I need to be worrying about over here? I mean, your air seems mostly fine. What? You have a unit of petroleum just sitting there for some reason. Why did it start moving in the first place? I assume you require a lot of power. You also produce an absolutely absurd amount of heat. I'll probably have a thermometer, like a temperature sensor in this room to shut this down. Let's actually build that. Automation. Thermo sensor. Ooh, can I do it? Alright, so I can do an automation bridge. Alright. So, if it gets over a certain temperature, to shut this thing down before it burns this whole place out. And I can't quite get the wire the whole way down there. I'm not too worried about it, because like right now, the oil's a bit low down there. This part being not done is a bit concerning. Yeah. So you're hooked up on this side. Alright, well I should be good then to go to the other side. Go down here. And just go boom. Vent. Because I don't want to release the carbon dioxide directly into that room. It'll be way too cold. And I don't think there's a place I can... Wait, how hot is it down here? That's pretty hot. That actually could work. So what we're going to do, so that's input. Where was the output? All right, so don't build the vent. Now the problem is the oil refinery is on the other place, and it's coming like straight from a geyser. So this area is not that hot, but it is pretty warm. It might be that by the time I cut across all this, if I use some thermal reactive stuff along the way here, by the time it gets here, it'll be nice and warm, and it'll also have the effect of cooling off this area. So, you know, win-win. But that's going to be a lot of work to get that going, I think. Do I actually care about spilling stuff down here? I do not. So we will just carve a path right through. Put a ladder here. Cover some of these gaps. Just so we don't lose this, you know, the speed by climbing down, climbing up, climbing down, climbing up. All right, and then we'll go here. We'll say regular gas vent through here. I believe this is where it starts to really pick up heat. Yep. So I will do a radiant gas vent through this entire area. And that cools off again. So I don't want to carry that heat over, so I'll go like this. And then more radiant. No, actually, we'll stop. Cancel that last little extension of it, because this is all going to get cold from that salt water. So cancel this little section of it. And we will just use regular vent here. And when we get over here, I'm actually going to use insulated vent, because it's going to be literally dripping, soaking wet water on it. Or not, I mean, all water soaking wet. It's going to be dripping freezing cold water. Alright, so we'll see if that'll work. That's going to be a colossal project. But that should alleviate a lot of the issue. And I am hoping that, like I said, this being here radiant in this hot area here, that we will start seeing that temperature come down. And I'll be able to do more with that. Oh, I should have, should have that there. And also here. Oh, I guess that's considered blocking it. Oh, then cancel the stuff below that. Alright, so we're still struggling with the carbon dioxide, but we're getting there. Alright, I'm worried about that. Do I? I think we do this as well. Not past there. That's super hot down there. And there's some plants there that we'll have to deal with. We can just go bang and bang. Alright. Because that'll help avoid suffocation from this. I mean, so far we're managing to not actually have the slicksters starve. Like, they're on the fence forever. Our food here is amazing. Our food here is doing pretty decently now. You're all researched, so it is time, Max, for you to go home. Your services are no longer needed at this location. Alright. So then the next thing for me to do on this area would be to probably get in another pawn who can deal with the construction and all that. Because that's what we're missing is our construction person. There, we'll just deal with this. Okay, so the next thing to do would be, honestly, to disconnect that vent. I should no longer need to space the carbon dioxide at all. I am keeping most of the vent intact, just in case it ends up being a problem later. And we can just deal with that. Okay, so if you are above, let's say 120 degrees, turned off. Alright, we're basically waiting till this thing gets on. I already got one big clump of petroleum in here ready to rock and roll. So the moment that gets built, it'll kick in, it'll start powering all this, and we should be good to go. We've already got that configured. The automation line is already going. So meanwhile, let's pop over. So the reason why this isn't going is we need to. It won't finish till that long tunnel's done. Which I don't know why we're having such construction delays and stuff. I keep expecting to find a thing here that says, like, you're out of metal or whatever. And just, it's not happening. Oh. They did manage to do this in a way that we won't be able to mine that. That's fine. If there's a way the dupes could do it wrong, they'll find it. You're just continuously opening up this more and more. I'm just like literally kind of purging. I'll probably, cut it all the way down to this layer here for where it gets hotter. And just not even worry about anything below that. For at least now. And go and get rid of that for now. We'll have all that set up as well. That way they can build it, and I'll move all that over. Hey, Combusto doesn't have a single... Oh, never mind. I was about to say, like, it doesn't have a single alert on it. Is it actually in an okay place? That'd be amazing. Oh, hey, you're going to need a spot ladder there to jump across. The big thing is it's not breathable down here. I don't think we'll ever get it to be breathable. It's going to be one of those situations I'm going to need to put the oxygen masks up here so they can run down and deal with that. We'll get there. The fridge is slowly building up in food. That's lovely. The water's finally cleaned out of here, so it's not got gross water everywhere. You keep powering up the battery. But is... Oh, right, because it is running all the stuff down here as well. So that's the reason why the battery's constantly getting taxed. Let's lower the priority on that. So that way they'll hopefully worry more about construction, because I don't really need to pump up more oil if I can't do anything with it yet. How are we doing on our water situation? We're getting pretty low on polluted water, which is our main source of food is coming from the polluted water. So I am starting to worry that I need more ways of getting polluted water. Is what it boils down to. Um, and there's some pools over here. Oh, here's one thing I can do. I can say, disable this building, disable that building, auto bottle, please. And actually, enable auto bottling. Nah, that's fine. We'll leave that alone. Yeah, that's exactly the reason I haven't been making it more and more urgent. It's like I just need to finish this building. That's all I need to do is just finish this building. It'll be okay. Here. What I'm gonna do is we're gonna bump up this whole section here, just this spot of it, to 6. I don't care about the rest of it. Just that spot 6. I will ultimately need to put down here somewhere a water pump, or a pump. It doesn't necessarily do water. And then use that to try and get, get the polluted water up into the system. Right now I can manually have them bottle it and run it. Which we could do the same over here. It is not an efficient way of doing it, but, Actually, just go ahead and just tear all of this out. It's polluted dirt anyways. But might as well, just get all the polluted water we've got floating around here and get into one place. What are you? Always trap yourselves. Literally, that was the only combinations of moves you could do to trap yourself. And you managed it, buddy. You did a good job there. Not really. I'm pretty salty about how bad your AI is. There's a mod to improve AI. Yeah, I was told that before as well. Yeah, I probably won't. Like, don't get me wrong, if this is like my main game and I was playing it all the time, I would probably get that mod. But just for doing a run through here and there, I'm not gonna bother with mods. Just the number of times mods have bit me in the butt where it ruined a run that I had to then go and like lose hundreds of hours of progress and start over. I'm just unwilling. And I know people will be like, but it's safe. I've been using it for hundreds of hours. Like, yeah, it probably is. You're probably right. But I'm super duper light on the touch with mods. This is also good because I can dig out all this polluted dirt. Speaking of which, yeah, so I can actually get rid of that because they can come through here. So do that, do that, do that, do that. Get rid of all the polluted dirt. I've got most of the polluted dirt. I got one section up here. This is the problem, is up here there's polluted dirt and slime. I mean, honestly, there's a solution for this problem. And it's just, we just go like this, all the way over here. And we go ahead, and I don't care about this spot, so I'm just going to break that part of ladder. And then all that polluted dirt is outside of my base. And not my problem anymore. Now the big problem here is they won't be able to reach that, so we can just cut right over there, and now they will. Okay. Oh, and you'll need to dig that spot too. Because then when they exhaust this spot, they can pull from there. Oh, you're so close to having it done. Oh, you don't need this anymore. That's sorted. Oh, and cut out those 2 spots. Actually, by the time we get over here, you can't reach it anyway, so it won't matter. Oh, you're right there, buddy. You're right there. Okay. Checking on our air supply. Natural gas is still managing to not run out, but be dangerously low at all times. Yeah, so this is actually running out up here, which is a problem because that's running a lot of our oxygen stuff. Sure. Let's hop back over here. How's your food? Go and take the muckery. I did see the person has construction, which is tempting. That's fine. It's tempting. Let's actually look at our skills on our characters on this location. See if there's any skills I want to take. Because we've been ignoring it, as you can see from the fact that everyone has lots of skills. So Darstrider is probably in good shape. Already does decorating, cooking, and supplying, so I don't want to put too much more on them. This person can dig and supply. I'm willing to push this person towards building. But I can't push to building 3, I don't think, realistically. Because then they'll just have a steady buildup of stress. Go ahead and take your supplying. And we'll take the points in operation as far as you can go. Yeah, it's improved farming too. Okay, so we are going to have more stress on this side because I am taking on more stuff, so when they're in places that aren't as happy, they'll stress out over it. Especially since I have not done nearly as much to make this a nice place to be. Which I could probably do, but I'm going to wait till the current tasks are done before I start adding a bunch of, like, beautification construction. Alright, so we are still managing to get some wastewater in. Just because I am having them fill up bottles and do that whole thing. Which is very laborious for them to do that, but I mean, frankly, I'd rather they do that than try and wire all that in there. If I did have, like, a big room set over here or something that was, you know, all the different filters to separate it out, then I'd just hook it up to that. But I don't think this location is ever going to warrant doing that. Oh, you're right there. It's literally the last thing you need to do. And if we run into temperature problems in this room, I can do the same thing here. I can just run that automation wire straight across. I can make it a condition that anytime this room gets too hot, rather than risk breaking stuff, we just shut the whole room down. And then we can continue to just invest more and more into cooling this room off more and more. Which honestly may not be that bad. It might literally be taking a water pipe with radiant right behind this and just like snaking it back and forth. And then, you know, doing that. Or having like one of the things over here where you dump out heat here to dump cool in here. And with this pumping out, you know, 14 degree or whatever it was, carbon dioxide, it should be fine. Okay, that was interesting. One of the other things that'll be nice is once we get a bunch of these online, we'll be getting a lot of natural gas, and then the natural gas will be another thing we can use to solve a bunch of our problems. Alright, it's that moment. It's about to come online. Well, about is very gradual. They're currently building the generator. And they already got a big thing of petroleum on, like, in the pipe right here. So that'll bring it online, and then this whole thing should just run. While it's building, let's take 1 second to pop over. How are we doing on our pipe down here? Not making a whole lot of progress. It'll burn through that half second, and it'll go offline again. Right. But if it's long enough to charge up that battery to produce the next thing of petroleum to do this, then we'll be in good shape. The big question is if I'm not getting enough oil in time to run this. That would be the big problem. Hopefully that's not the case. Or yeah, if I'm not getting enough crude oil to feed into this, to make the petroleum to do that, that'd be the issue when things just start shutting down and not going. But that should be as easy as we just keep turning these online and keep going with that. Because what I can do is I can sit here and take a bunch of these buildings and like wire them up so say don't turn on this building if, don't turn on that building if. We can add the network to, even if it means the buildings stay offline a whole lot of time, but when the conditions are right, they all pop on again. We can find ways to manage this. You're so close, man. You're right there. And this pipeline is literally maxed out with oil. I still don't really understand why this petroleum went out into that pipe. I'm like fine with it because it's just this just makes it more buffer. But I don't see why it did when there was nowhere for that to actually go. But I'll just leave that as the AI being the AI in this game. We got the input bridge? Okay, so I didn't realize it would go to the input bridge even if there was nothing on the other side. I thought it would look for a complete path and then it would move. Which it's fine either way. Like I said, it doesn't actually bother me. It is a shame for stuff like this that it doesn't have a pipe out, where it could just pipe it out and just put it into, like, up into this system. It's fine, though. It's time. Oh, you literally stopped at, like, the tiniest little sliver from being there. I just want to see it pop online and make sure it actually runs. Hopefully without damaging itself from heat. The carbon dioxide pressure is going to probably get astronomical in here. Because that's the other thing I'll probably need to do. Like right now, I just disconnected this vents up here. What it may end up being a thing that I do. Okay. There goes the petroleum. Oh, you make a lot. Okay, never mind. It's the ethanol. All right. I panicked when I saw like this big pool. It's like, wait a second. That's way too much diluted water, way too fast. I forgot there's a big pocket of ethanol right there. Okay, it ran for a moment. Why are you not running? Are you running? I don't really know what's happening right now. You have disabled by automation grid. Oh. Yep, there we go. Problem solved. Well, so just go ahead and put that back up. They just need to jump start it again real fast. Yeah, I didn't read that right. That's on me. So that battery got roasted because it's running this. I mean, it wasn't running that. That's pipe blocked. But it's running the stuff down here. Actually, it wouldn't be running that either because the pipe... Or no, it would. I'm lucky that wire didn't get damaged. Could you like do something about this line down here? It's been unfinished for a while. And I'm pretty sure you have the material for it. Yeah, you got 2 tiles done. Alright. Well, meanwhile, we're just gonna pop over here. I can't even tell if they're making any progress on this at all. Which I do have... Did you literally dump the oxygen mask on the ground directly in front of the place where it recharges and just leave it there forever? Is that what I'm witnessing has occurred? It's the person who throws throws their trash in front of the trash can, and you just kind of sit there and be like... Alright, let's actually go here. So I should have enough copper ore. Make like 10 more of these. We just leave them laying around if we have to. Because we'd like this pipe to get done. Alright, so I did get the pipe this whole length over here. So just going that way, getting all done. Do we lose our mining person? Maybe that's it's well no, because they would still go this way. At least it's putting in the general vicinity. Yeah, it's just like literally looking at that and just being kind of irritated, going, why would you take it right there and not go the rest of it? It's like the person who puts the cart next to the place where you're supposed to put your carts. It's like you were right there. You were right there. You just need to do that last inch and you would have had it. You were so close. Yep, they're all sitting there doing their thing. Alright, so you got the power cable done. This is all built. You're no longer being disabled by automation. Can I get someone to down here just to pop into that wheel just long enough to get a little petroleum into the system? I just need a little petroleum in the system. That's all I need. And then we can start getting this going, because then that should take the oil and make petroleum to feed the machine. And all that kind of stuff. I just need to get to that first step, though. Oh my goodness. That is a lot of pressure building up down here. Right, because this has not been running this whole time. And that was what's keeping the pressure from getting outrageous. So... the thing I need to figure out is I want to make sure the carbon dioxide focuses on going over here. And then if there's not enough capacity, then I do want it to dump out into space. So if I put the intake here, this should take priority. If I do that, that should take priority. And I could literally just connect this up. Because that'll also mean it's one way, so I can't backtrack at all. I could even put a gas tank or two over, or a gas thing here or two as well. For storage. Enabled by automation. But did you do anything? I don't get your deal. Like, now I know you have no power. Like, it could just be I literally have too much running on this. That, well, I mean, the battery's going up in charge. I don't get why you're not doing. I mean, a big problem is they're like literally just bolting out of there as fast as they can because they don't have enough air. Because, like, that's not even running there. Is that not connected? Are they just, like, running in that and it's not even connected? No, it's connected. And weirdly, there's, like, one segment of wire there that's a problem. Like, it wouldn't be bad if it's just doing the tiniest bit of progress, but doesn't even seem to do anything. Turn this off. That's now what I'm looking at. Disable that building. That doesn't matter. Its pipe is blocked. That doesn't matter. Its pipe is blocked. So let's disable the oil well here. We can disable the oil well there. Let this run. Just to get the cycle turned on. And then once it gets a little bit of petroleum into the system, then you can go from there. Oh, you got algae from somewhere. Oh, we got slime from somewhere. Oh! A meteor smashed a hole in the ceiling. Well, that is unfortunate. If we could just unsmash that hole in the ceiling, please? Make that high priority, because it's just dumping our oxygen out. Okay. I was like, wait a second, where are you finding slime? Oh, I see. A meteor smashed everything up here. Still don't turn that building off. I just need you to kick on. Just long enough for this to kick on. I do wonder if this is a situation where I'm actually going to want 2 batteries. How much power do you put out? You put out 2 kilowatts of power. And right now, this system can use 1.2 kilowatts at any given moment. Which it will once I go and I have this, it will be able to do that. Because it'll start pulling the oil in from here, which means it'll start pumping the oil in from down there. This is going to get unblocked at some point. Once it gets unblocked, I think it'll like literally just go. Alright, well in the meantime, let's run over here. I am not seeing any progress. There, you actually are making progress. You're also getting the hypothermia going down there. So got plenty of natural gas there. Not a whole lot up here. So it's also hurting the carbon dioxide input. Okay. That's another thing we're running into in here, is it just not doing a whole lot in this area. They can get this connection up, we'll be in good order. Temperature down here has dropped to 77. It just keeps getting colder and colder. I am kind of concerned that when I open this up, so it's under so much cold water, it is going to turn that into steam. I don't know how that's going to go, other than probably not good. But that's a later me concern, where I have like some unreasonable amount of salt water that I have no idea with how to manage, and just, you know, manage it. Okay, so we do have that turned off. See, you have power. Why are you not running? What is the deal here? You're connected. Your output is connected to these. That is connected to the generator. You've got oil going into your system. I know it's not contaminated. You have oil in your system. You're not turned off by automation. You're turned on by automation. What is the thing I am missing here? Was there an off-gassing that I'm missing? Am I blanking on the off? No, you're not off-gassing. So I don't have to worry about the air pressure being too high. Why are you not running? I don't understand. Building's turned on. The battery has a charge. Do oil refineries need dupes to operate them? That could be. Oh, it is dupe operated? That is unfortunate. Oh, but does it make some stuff? Alright, so with that, turn this back on. There we go. Making that petroleum. Alright, and that wire here needs to be dealt with. Yeah, so just pulsing for a second and turn it off, pulsing for a second and turn it off, pulsing for a second and turn it off. Alright. And you have nothing I care about right now. I just need you to manage this. Why are you not picking that up and putting it away? You've at least got a gas mask. Hands request, deliver. Make that a high thing, because once they have the gas mask, at least they can get stuff done down here. Alright. They have high stress down here. And everyone's getting high stress. Why are you stressed, Luxray? Since you have the highest amount of stress, you have popped eardrums, yucky lungs, you're hungry, and you're low oxygen. Yeah. I mean, that's because I need to get the air out of here. Oh. What I need is I need to get another dupe over here. I should have 4 dupes here. I have 3 dupes over here. That's the problem, is I do not have enough people working this place. Trapped? Who is trapped and why? Why? Why would you do that? Why are you the way you are? And why did you used to have the oxygen mask and now you don't? Just literally just said, I choose death, climbs into the water, and puts the ceiling in above them. It's like, I don't want to do this anymore. This place is terrible. You can't make me. When did there? Maybe. Oh, we have long saves. Saves are getting longer. Alright, so only one person's stressed on the other end. That's fine. And we're struggling so much to try and give them their carbon dioxide. Like, surprisingly, they aren't dying, but we are throwing all of the carbon dioxide I can into that room, which is the idea. Slicksters do seem like the most effective way to remove carbon dioxide. Like, forget the skimmer here. Just straight up carbon dioxide sink right there. And the best part is I think this spits out polluted water. So like the best part though is they still ultimately do that when you turn that oil into petroleum and then into polluted water anyways. It just has extra steps. Yeah, so this is just building up. The temperature-wise here is not getting that bad. The big thing is I just don't have enough people who can work it. Which does bring on the next thing that is something that I won't have enough people to work it, which is the refinery for plastic. Oh, and all of our storage is full? Alright, well. Guess it's that time. Don't know why a lot of these aren't getting... I mean, the reason they're not getting built is I have all these things that are higher priority, and so they're never getting to them. Why did you get damaged? Oh, it's the wire underneath. I actually don't care about the wire underneath. That's... I can't see because of the icon where your power goes in. Yeah, that spare wire there, I don't care about that. And all the rest of the wire's already been replaced. Okay. Building's broken. Oh, right, because literally that nonsense. You know, we're probably at the point with this as well. Don't I have bunker walls? You require steel. Okay, never mind then. What would I need for the steel refinery? Is it just the metal refinery? Don't I already have that? Let's take a look at our other base. Because I have a metal refinery, and we told them to do copper forever. Iron to steel. Requires refined carbon. And lime. Alright. speaking, where's our research at? Okay, it's still there. We've had it shut off for a while because it didn't have enough natural gas to keep it running as well. Kiln for carbon? Gotcha. I would not have guessed that. So we can do... Alright, so we can do a copper atmosphere suit. I need reed fiber. I don't have that. Alright, we'll have to deal with that. But first of all... So, I don't want to put it on this system. Because I think we're already pushing what I can afford. Actually, no, that's probably fine. It's the amount of power I produce. It's only while they're working it, so I think that's okay. So we will go to refinement. We will go to the kiln, which is there. You don't look like you take power, do you? You don't take power. You just put out heat. You just put out an obnoxious amount of heat with no power cost. Alright, that's easy enough. I don't really care, actually, where I put that, honestly. Sure. Because later I can just snake a pipe behind here that's cold if I really need to. You know how you get ceramic too? Yeah. I haven't had much need for ceramic, though. I'm sure there's things that I should have done for ages ago that would require it, but you know. You got all that chlorine in there. Yeah, they're like literally just all jam-packed on top of that vent. And the moment it gets carbon dioxide, they'll just scoop up anything that comes through. Yeah, that's so far out of the way, they'll never go this route, but if they keep cutting through here, they should be alright. Like, we're dumping all this polluted water in this area, I really don't care. Circuit overloaded. Like I said, that's fine. I actually don't care. I've already got it queued up for destroying those wires. I just haven't gotten to it yet. Because there's not a spare person to do those things. So if I get a tidying person over here, or, I mean, honestly, as long as it's not a farming person, a mining person, or a, what is my third one over here? Alright, what do I have on this side? Skills. You decorate, you cook, and you supply. You build, you dig, you supply. And you farm. Alright. Okay. So I don't want to deal with the light to sleep. That's super annoying. I can live with this one. Welcome, friend. Step 1, let's get your schedule figured out. Congratulations, your schedule's already fine. Priorities. So you turn those up. Supplying and storing are going to be there, as well as tidying. But honestly, fill in anywhere else you can in the meantime. Why are you scalding? Right, that's fair. Duplicate skills. Gonna put operating on there. Actually, Priorities. Operating. It should still relieve a little bit of effort on everyone. Yeah, it's just churning away, getting oil out. Which is very taxing on the batteries from what I'm seeing. Oh, good. Yeah, so we're pumping all that extra CO2 out now. I wanted to keep it going that way, but until that's hooked up, I really just need to get the CO2 out of here so that the pressure stops getting worse. Honestly, it'd be good to get oxygen down here, but I don't really know how we can make that happen reasonably. Like, I could set up a electrolyzer down here. But I don't think we're gonna bother with that quite yet. They need the gas masks too. We need a lot of things going on in a lot of places. Alright, did you get your kiln set up? Because I just need to set some recipes on that. Refined carbon. Ceramic. Oh no, you require coal? Oh, that might actually be a problem. I haven't exactly been keeping a meaningful amount of coal anywhere. And frankly, I've been struggling to keep it up because I was using too much coal power earlier. So, whoops. But we're getting some over here. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, I should also put a, please stop burning yourself. Holy crap, you about killed yourself. Hey, buddy. Buddy, pal, buddy. Go to bed. We're gonna... Could you not suffocate while you're at it, too? So the problem is that's building up way too much pressure. And they're going down to, like, relieve the pressure, which is fine. But, I need atmosphere suits to do that. Or I need to somehow make this way colder. And I think the only way it gets way colder is if this gets to be more meaningful. Which I don't think is really that realistic of a outcome. I mean, it is keeping stuff fairly cold, but still. Alright, they are slowly cleaning up the mess. That's still just knocking. Oh, actually, they are getting progress. It's really taking too long. Well, if we're gonna be depending on coal, I'm gonna probably have to get more of these guys around. Because they produce coal. Now, the good news is they eat almost anything. Do you eat seeds? Please tell me you eat seeds. You don't eat seeds. But you do eat surplus food. So I think we need a hatch ranch. Do you care about the air? Like, what is your preferred atmosphere? Do you care at all? You got a pretty good range of temperature you can stand. You eat pretty much everything and make it into coal. Basically, literally anything you can get your hands on, you're gonna eat and make it to coal just about. Same here. You can eat a whole bunch of stuff and make it into coal as well. Do they just not care about atmosphere? It could be. Yeah, I guess they just don't care about air. That's fine. Alright, so with that, we need to make ourselves another place for them. And that's going to be getting a bit hotter, which isn't the end of the world. Good job, Luxray. Congratulations on burning yourselves a little bit. Drop that back down to 5, please. Well, the thing I'm looking at is I can set up a farm that just does, like, the meal ice or whatever, and just let them eat that. Because that's infinitely renewable and all that kind of stuff. Still costs water and dirt. No, it does, doesn't it? Because I was looking at that thinking, like, what could I do that would be, you know, infinitely renewable? What to, oh, steel. Steel is what I need that for. How much actual, like, refined, good copper do I have? First of all, take that off forever. There we go. Steel. So we also need lime. Where do you come from, lime? You come from... Alright, so you turn into liquid magma. But you eventually go full sustain with stone hatches by taming a volcano and turning the magma... Alright, yeah. I see. So we get limes from crushing eggshells. Or fossils. Alright, don't I have a stone crusher? Do I have one? Alright, well I guess we're putting that on. Hey, Rual. Hey, chat. I hope all is well. They know you're acknowledged and cared about. Not sure anything you need to hear, but maybe you did. But have a good night, and also a great day to be alive. Well, thank you. I'm doing pretty good, and it's, you know, thank you for the well wishes and all that. Alright, so let's go ahead and wire you in. Alright, so we managed to get that connected the whole way across. That's good news. So it's literally just this one chunk in the middle here that once I get that connected, we can start pumping carbon dioxide in mass in for our slicksters here to just gobble up. They're still not making any progress over here. We are getting refined carbon finally to start making steel. And is the weather starting to get warm for you yet? It's about to be unbearable here full summer. Oh yeah, no, it's been really hot. Like, the only relief we've had is the fact that we've been fortunate enough that... Sorry, I'm just trying to tell things. Yeah, so the only relief we've had here is just it's been raining a lot, which has actually been doing pretty okay to alleviate the worst of it. Oh no, it's all good. All right, so yeah, literally they're just gonna use this to make lime, and then we use the lime to make steel. Be good news. What do you got here? A slickster larva. Well, that is unfortunate for that slickster. That's all I gotta say. Actually, you know what? In this case, I actually am going to reject that. Because now you'd be able to move it, and I already have more slicksters than I can handle. They're wiping out the carbon dioxide, which is a weird thing to consider a problem. That's usually not something I'm worried about doing. But in this case, the total lack of carbon dioxide is a pain point for me at the moment. I need more hydrogen production. And you're really stressing out. Luxray specifically is really, really stressing out. Because you're badly injured. And your eardrums popped and all that sort of stuff. Which we're working on. I am actively pumping CO2 out of the space as fast as I can. Oh, that's another thing I'm going to do. Hang on. So far we probably haven't pulled any. Okay, so we haven't pulled any natural gas out. Pulling natural gas out is going to be a thing that eventually occurs, I think. I'm going to need to store that. Because that is literal fuel. I don't know why so many things aren't getting done. I know why. Because I don't have people to do them. That is exactly why. Where am I shoving this thing? I really don't have a place to shove it. Because no matter what, I gotta cut into a new biome just about. I mean, I can put it over here. I guess that's what I do for now. Alright, because it'll be fine, because this will also be where it's naturally going to end up going. Okay. So, right now this isn't going to work because all of that. But what I'm going to want to do is we will... Oh man, I'm going to need power for this too. I do believe I have power going nearby. Alright. So we go here. We will find the gas shutoff. I'll plunk it right there. Right there. We'll have the gas pipe element sensor. We will have the automation line. We'll have the power line. And you can manage to go slightly overpower if everything's running. Which probably won't happen. And then we'll set that up to detect natural gas, and if it does, put it into there. And right now we're not going to put it, like, do anything with it, but just start setting it aside. Because like I said, this is probably going to start pulling natural gas pretty soon. And how's this? That's full. You're half full of petroleum. You're still... Wait a second. What do you release? Converts petroleum into raw plastic. Okay. But you have a water input, but a gas output. So it outputs carbon dioxide. I can live with that. And steam. Okay. Well, if it's steam, it's going to be clean water. Alright, that's actually a little bit of a hassle. Gotcha. Alright, well, I think that'll be okay. Because if I pump it up into this system, I already have it where it separates out the clean and the dirt, or the clean and the polluted water. So that'll be okay. What I will want to do is I want to change our floor then. To be mesh all over here. Honestly, just make this mesh. Alright. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, because that should go, and then most of the steam will, you know, condensate. It'll go down. It'll collect here. This will already go out. The only problem here is the ethanol. That is the only issue I have right now, is I need to get rid of the ethanol. That won't be handled. But meanwhile, the carbon dioxide, I can just literally pipe it over here and have it joined with the rest. You're supposed to be a better wire. It's fine. You'll get it sorted. Oh, with this, turn that down. And don't recharge the... You know, we'll leave it at 50%. But we'll leave it at a lower priority. We'll actually leave it at even lower priority. So they only worry about that if the whole system's kind of stomached. Yeah, alright. Yeah, I'll need an atmosphere suit sooner or later. Especially if I ever do go and set up more of these. Alright, so you didn't injure yourself too much yet. I've got no one who has priority for construction. Everyone else is doing other things. I literally have no one here who their priority is construction at all. So it is one of those things that construction is just not happening at a meaningful capacity. Gonna hunt and give you a tiny little bonus, like a tiny little bump in priority for construction. And deal, like, give me one moment. I gotta deal with my nose. It's being a punk. Okay, sorry about that. Nose was just being a punk. Didn't want to end up starting to snarfle or anything on the channel. Okay. Yeah, so the ethanol is still definitely picking up. Yeah, I don't have enough people working on this end is the problem. Because I mean, one thing is I probably shouldn't have this be manual anymore. But that might be what ends up happening is as we get this natural gas from here and here, and start getting that stored, we switch some of that over to natural gas. And that should go a long way. Oh, good, you're actually building stuff. Alright, so copy settings. Yes, please, and thank you. Alright. Larry, hop over on. Why was it cutting? Oh, I was getting all the polluted dirt out of here so we could slowly get the oxygen in this place to not be super polluted. But it's going to take a lot of work. What I'm going to end up needing to do to make it not polluted is we're going to have to get rid of our sublimation stations, and we're going to have to be able to switch over to doing the electrolyzer, which is going to be more and more dependent. Larva eggs. Sure, fine. Alright, because we are still pulling water from over here. Oh, you are so close to having that set up. I wonder why it's not going down this way. Because before it was just feedback looping and dumping down in again, which is fine. So going ahead and you're making lots of that. Have you made... Oh, you have made steel. Ho 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 ho. Starting to get steel built. Alright. So... I need to get the fiber, those reeds going. What... Was it chlorine that those needed? What was the atmosphere that those needed? Here, we can figure this out pretty easy, because I can go here. I can go to the atmosphere suit, which is copper. I can see the reed fibers, which apparently I have. Oh, I'm out of copper? Where did I get the reed fiber from? Okay. Nope, just polluted water. Ah. That is becoming more and more of a problem. Probably broken the slime biome. Yeah, it's probably just stuff that's all that. Well, it feels like, honestly, the atmosphere suits, I really actually need it at the other location. Like, it'll be convenient here. I mean, I guess actually, no, it'll be important for going down here, too. And it just takes more reed fiber. Alright. So, we'll plan for 4 suits. I am being thrown off by the fact that it's saying... It's highlighting that, which is throwing me off. I should have lots of copper. Oh, I do have the one deodorizer running. I forgot about that. Yep. Okay, so we got all that sorted out. Mine this out. Go ahead and mine the cobalt ore. There's really not a reason not to. Mine the rust. Get rid of all this. And actually... No, don't get rid of that yet. Basically, I'm trying to tear out all of the stuff that's going to be causing... We'll deconstruct that one. I want to get rid of all of the stuff that's going to be causing us headaches with all that. So you're going to keep tearing that out. I'll need to pull this out over here. Which will be going... up. Up. Mine those 3 blocks. Yeah, because with that, once I cut this last area out, we still have stuff off-gassing in our storage, but we'll be able to actually start, you know, getting rid of the stuff that's off-gassing, you know, long-term. Actually, you can get rid of all that. Okay, if you detect natural gas, huck that stuff over the fence. So far, there's been none of that. I take that back. We are starting to get some of that. Oh, you're backbeating. I don't want that. All right. They're complaining about being too cold up here. I just have him keep tearing this apart. Just back it up more and more, and we'll get rid of it all. Temperature's still fine. Temperature's still fine. Air pressure's still way too high. Alright. So this is a problem. I need that to be connected already. Because when I do that, I can kill this again, and we'll start getting the natural gas put aside. Like right now, it's little trace amounts, so I'm not too worried about it, but it should build up more. What I'll probably do then is I'll switch these to atmosphere tiles, so all that natural gas flows up and gets caught by this. Alright, food's getting good, we got all that kind of stuff going. The natural gas will also be good because it'll dump more polluted water, which is a problem right now. Is I'm just not getting enough polluted water. We're actually going through our last of our supply pretty quickly, which is deeply concerning. I hear you, ready for more ladders. Then have that gone and that gone. I keep seeing that going and being like, yes, it's working. And then it's not. Alright, what's the deal here? Oh, you're down to one pipe. Do it. Please. It's right there. Right there. And then the slicksters will get all the carbon dioxide they could ever want. It means I'll have no more carbon dioxide on the other side. Well, I mean, we will have carbon. We will be filtering out the carbon dioxide on the other side. There should be a balancing of the temperatures that should help. All right. The biggest concern is I need the carbon dioxide to warm up enough coming through this space that it doesn't hurt the that doesn't hurt the slicksters by making it too cold for them. Which the good news is, if that does become a problem, I should be able to do something like, again, get rid of this water and then poke a little hole right there. Not poke a hole, but like put a regular tile versus an insulated tile so all that heat bleeds through into their room. Oh, look at that sweet CO2. Alright, let's get back to the other side. Because with that moving at that speed, I should be able to go up here and say, don't worry about it. And then what I could do is once I mine this out, I can put CO2 storage up here to act as a buffer. That way, if we have like gaps in the CO2 or whatever, you know, it doesn't shut everything down. Get rid of that. Actually, change the plan. Get rid of it this way. Oh, we're starting to get the plastic. Alright, so big thing is I do have this where it will shut off if the room starts to overheat. Oh, that's not what I want. I want you to get better at operating stuff. Look at them eat. It's like they've been waiting their whole lives for this moment, that there is no volume of carbon dioxide that they can't handle. Oh, if you're gonna do that, we need to have those filled in. Like, so we're pumping an absolutely obnoxious amount of CO2 into this place, and it's still basically got no air pressure because just how fast they're gobbling it up. Glass, sure. Like, just not even registering they're burning through that carbon dioxide so fast. It's ridiculous. Alright. You might add a second pump for CO2 line. So the problem is, these are basically maxed out tiles. No, actually, they're not. What am I That's a maxed out tile. You know, I actually could use a second one. You do produce 2 kilowatts of power per time frame. I can put it over here. Now, if I put it down here somewhere, it'd be easier to connect the power. It'd pull a bunch of the natural gas in as well, which would be good for trying to get more power generation set up here. Oh, good. We have this mostly sorted. All right. How's the temp looking for that CO2? Let's go ahead and check on the other end, because it doesn't matter what it is here. It matters what it is when it gets over here. So it is slightly colder. That carbon dioxide is still real cold. Now, the one thing that is working for advantage to them is they're eating it so fast it's not getting a chance to heat up the room much or cool down the room much. Like I said, if it does become a problem, I think we're in that realm where I can, like, literally just dump out the scalding hot water here, and then once this is empty, I'll replace some of these panels down here to let the heat, like, I'll let the heat through real fast. I think that's ultimately what we are going to do. Yeah, so they are upset because there's way too many of them in here. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be doing too much the temperature of this room, though. Just because they're eating it so quickly. Which does make me wonder, for this area over here where I set it to have that, how much does it make a difference here? It's actually cooling down the entire hallway. Well, part of what's helping with that actually now is the salt water we keep dumping out. We were using that to keep this from becoming a problem. But now it's becoming its own nightmare because it's getting literally everywhere. But that's okay, because I have a feeling that once we start messing with these volcanoes, I'm going to need any and all options I can to cool things. Like, just have the big pool of salt water where we dump heat into the salt water and then, you know, cool off the volcano area as best we can. Alright, so the next thing I want to do is let's go ahead and get some tiles here. Can I put a tile over that? I cannot. That is kind of a bummer, actually. I kind of figured it when I saw. I'm like, oh, I didn't set that up the way I should have. Actually, I'm going to cancel all of that. It's going to bother me way too much if I leave it like that. You build that over here. Deconstruct you. Build a ladder over there just in case. Put an air reservoir here and here. And if it gets past here, we'll just assume it's carbon dioxide, which is not a safe assumption, but we're going to do it anyways. And we'll do that. Just to put that as kind of like an inline buffer. So if that does ever back up in any way, we can be fine. As fast as those slicksters are eating it, though, I don't think it'll ever back up. With that said, I do actually want to get a second pump in. Like I said, I think I'm going to put it down here. Because if I do that, I should get the natural gas out of here, as well as get this carbon dioxide, and it should also help by pulling some of that cold air down through here. So let's go ahead and... Where are you at? Actually, no, I don't even need to put that kind of... Let's just... We just put down there. It's fine. Ventilation. Gas pump. Put you here. Gas vent. Do this. Then the power should already be going past you. It... Almost. And we should also check the automation line. Make sure it's not on the top. Of course it's on the top. Alright. We'll wait till that's done. They'll knock out the one little line there. I don't envision a situation where the pressure will be low enough that this... I would want to switch it kind of thing. Because I've just got, you know, this is putting out carbon dioxide, this is putting out carbon dioxide, this is putting out steam. Oh, we're going to be pulling that steam in, aren't we? I'll just live with it. It'll be steam that goes to the slicksters and then condensates, and that'll be a disaster. That is actually a real big problem. I should really think about what I'm saying there. Well... I don't think there's a way that doesn't end up being the way it is. I could also put it way down here, but then I gotta worry about it overheating. Still might not be a bad idea. That actually really wouldn't be a bad idea. Okay. If I put it down here... Alright, yeah. So forget this. Like, I just built it, it's already gone. Forget about it, it's not here. Never was here. Anyone who says it was here is a liar. Okay, because what I can also do is I can just open that up, and the natural gas will get collected in there as well. So we'll do is we'll do a pair of airflow tiles. And we will go to, where are you at? Ventilation, air pump, make it out of gold, do that. We can just bring that over. And we can do that. I'll go power, heavy watt. Okay. That should pull the CO2 from down here. It'll mix up so we have the cold CO2, the hot CO2. Now, I was going to pull this open and be like, yeah, that'll be great. I'm going to pull it open from, like, I'm going to put the airflow tiles over here. The idea is most of the steam then should cool off before it gets way over here. And if not, I'll be salty about it, and that'll be just the life we live. Alright. Because that'll also guarantee that all times I'm getting at least a decent amount of CO2, because this will pretty much always be CO2. It's already leaked down into the oil. Oh yeah. What's already leaked down into the oil from the mesh? Oh no, this is the ethanol. This has been down here. This has been down here the whole time. Like we had a big pool, but you can see where it splashed down here. But I got a sensor here to prevent us from pulling in the ethanol. And we'll probably get some water down here, that's fine. Water's still heavier than oil. It'll still just sit on top. If it becomes a problem, it becomes a problem. I'm more concerned about it getting pulled in, like, as water vapor into there. Because then I'll take it into where the slicksters are. And start filling that up, because right now that is pure oil over there. Versus this, I've already got a way to manage it. The pipe is blocked. Why are you blocked? Oh, because it's not turned on. No? What? Why are you blocked? Oh, here. This'll fix it. Seeing so much ethanol in an oil pool makes me appreciate the fact that Dupe Universe does not have cigarettes. Yup. Rust, sure, why not? Make one of those at least, 9. So you just knock that out real fast. That way we're starting to get our carbon dioxide through again. Please fix that. Because once this is unblocked, because the problem it's running into is this can technically feed back into itself forever, so it's looking at this pipe going that direction. If I get rid of this pipe, then it has to go this way, and it has to go that way. So that should fix it. Fly update. Fly update. Just one match and the whole asteroid will be mined. There we go. So I got rid of those, and instantly, we're back in business. Alright, so, where do I want to put up some natural gas power to make our lives easier? One of the things that's striking me is once we got the last of the polluted mud dealt with over here, then this thing's done. And I won't need it to be over here at all. Like, I don't expect to get net new mud once I've cleared out this biome. I mean, there's some up here, but I mean, I guess I could well, I mean, the problem is this water. I could literally just open this up and start mining this out and put, like, bunker wall up here. I don't want to mess with that. I think it's fine the way it is. Just let the asteroids beat the crap out of it, and they'll sort itself out on the other side. Deconstruct that. Alright, so I think we're in good shape here. And I'll get that built. I'm also thinking this will be good, because it should pull as much of the hot stuff past. And it may end up being one of these things that I mess around with this to try and help that situation. Alright, so we're getting way more natural gas going. So we will want to get that power going. I think we put the so the problem is the natural gas does spit out dirty water. And I want that, for the record. I do want dirty water to be something I receive. And I could certainly get rid of this and put the natural gas production here, so it fills that up. And how much would that power? And that powers our filter. It powers our grill. It powers It powers a lot of important stuff. Like, that would be good. But I could also put it down... I mean, the problem is I put it down here. I have to wire... Like, I don't want it on this system. That's not necessary. But that would dump down that and there. Oh, good. They finally did dig this out. So get rid of that. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. If you can reach it, which you probably... No, actually, you could probably reach that. Get rid of that. Climb up there. Do that. Deconstruct you. Like, I'd want to put in this pool or this pool is the thing. I want to start yet another pool of filthy water. But I definitely don't want to dig into this if I don't have to. Oh, here. Go ahead and enable that building and disable auto bottling. Enable that building. That's fine. Actually, keep that building disabled. Enable auto bottling. They'll pull the last of the water out of here. I mean, I can wire it into this. That feels a waste for the natural gas power, though. Just don't have a good place I can put it where I don't need a third pool of gross water. And honestly, it'd be good to get this pool of gross water out of here. Actually, we probably could get that pool of gross water out here. Instead of having this pipe down here, just pipe it straight on down into this area. It dumps out into here. Or actually, like, forget the pool entirely. I don't need the pool anymore. Just cut this across here. It'll just feed into the system here. Like, genuinely, I don't need that at all anymore. Because then that'll be our pool down there for the gross water. We go here to the power. Get rid of all that. Get rid of the thing for dumping that off there. We'll move it over here. Alright, so I think we do end up putting the natural gas down here. And then what I'll do is I'll end up piping the power up through this room, however I need to do it. Or all the way over here. But we'll end up piping the power around it. Please turn that off. Please turn that off. Oh, we're actually finally hitting a limit with the CO2. What's going on that we're hitting a limit on this side? We are hitting saturation of CO2. We have a bunch of very happy, not really, they're like, oh my god, there's so many of us in this tiny little platform, we're very upset. But they're well-fed slicksters, just making their oil at what is for them a very aggressive rate. It's not that very aggressive, though. The temperature seems to be holding up fine. The temperature seems to be going real fine. Oh yeah, it's probably doing much better now because it's spending so much time sitting in the warm area with the radiant on that they are exchanging temperature way better. That makes sense. I hope that can run while it's submerged entirely. Because we're going to find out. Alright. Donkey Duff is super stressed. Because of popped eardrums and yucky lungs and all that. So pipe is blocked, pipe is blocked. Okay, so since we finally hit a limitation there, it is a thing. I'm actually surprised. I am surprised they finally hit a threshold where it's like, okay, we can't take anymore. Now, I could make it prioritize doing where we have the bridge here, and then we have a path for the CO2, so the extra just dumps out into space. I don't really want to do that. I mean, I guess it'd be better to put it over here. So prioritize putting a storage on it. Let's see. You know you can convert the massage room to a clinic and get a huge stress relief bonus? To a clinic. Let's see. Clinic. Where are you, clinic? A massage clinic. Oh, it needs one decor item. I meant to do that. And then I forgot. And then I didn't. So, good call on that one. I'm still just gonna go boom, 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 boom. Stress vomiting. Well, that's not what you should do. Thank you for the polluted water. We have need of it. Your contributions are appreciated, Donkey Duff. You really did need that gross water. Oh, and I guess I will want more mesh tiles over here for when we go to build the patrol or the natural gas power. Okay, air pressure in there is still okay. Yeah, the pipe block is a problem. I was not expecting it to be that bad. All right. Why are you starving? There's 68,000 calories here. Oh, that is super buried now. Alright. It is annoying it still reports that's entombed, even though, like, I don't care about it. Wait, can I? Yeah. Alright. I do think I am going to need to put a bridge here so I can ship the carbon dioxide back out to vent it just to keep the air moving. Alright, so with that, that should get priority. We can destroy that pipe because it's not like those air tanks are going to run out first. We will go ventilation. We'll grab you. Alright, and that'll stop lagging. There we go. Alright, and that'll give us a way that instead of this whole thing like jamming up, the extra should get dumped out the side. It was same build flank? Oh yeah, it's still that. Did you ever finish? Oh, good. You did finish an atmosphere. Oh, yeah. So I actually got a bunch of atmosphere suits done. All right. So we have the gas masks, which have helped us so far. But we are at the point that I am going to be pushing down to the really hot area down here. I do also want to take the time. Well, I mean, it wouldn't be hard to get the gas mask there. I just put a station that says, hey, if you go past here, put on a gas, like put on a an atmosphere suit, and then what we could do is just have someone walk through with the atmosphere suit, dump it on the ground, and then come back. I still need the reeds, though. I'm gonna need a pool of dirty water, which I've got over here, but that's not a convenient location. Basically, I need more dirty water in here. I need to be less efficient at cleaning my water. Or I just need to make sure this is part of the process. I could have it so that the excess doesn't go here. It'd be hard to do that here. I could do it here. Take that pipe straight down here and drop in. I think that's what we do. Make it so that we stop just leaving that there. Oh, you'll be back here, won't you? Cancel. Put you there. Grab some bridges. Alright, so that means when that's backed up, it should overflow to here. And then maybe we can convert this. Or actually, wait a second. Did I even need to do that? One second. I don't need to do that. What am I doing? I just need to pipe it into the floor for the reeds. Like, it needs to be irrigated. So, cancel all of that. You saw nothing. Where am I going to grow this? Let's check the reeds requirements. Temperature-wise and all that. Timber reed. So timber reed, yada yada yada. They have a low tolerance for rads. They actually need a fairly comfortable to warm environment. They don't care about the atmosphere very much, as long as it's something in that range. Oh, their atmosphere can be polluted water. That actually will work for me. So what we're gonna go ahead and do is I will be putting another whole floor in here. And then the reason for that is so I can replace this with a farmable floor. Because that should be in the temperature range we need. And I actually will do what I was going to do a moment ago with dumping all that polluted water in here. And that should work out okay. That'll be fine. Actually, honestly, with this, let's just build a platform across here. But not there. And then I can go ahead and mine this corner out there. That can be a place to cross right there. Because like I said, once I build this floor, I can go ahead and here I will put the farmable tiles. And then we can go ahead and have the reeds growing here. I'll probably end up growing way more reeds than I could possibly need. But that's fine. In the meantime, let's go back to what we were doing here, which is good that I actually already had some of that in place. We'll do this. Grab you. So we will fill this up, because that will count as the atmosphere needed for the reeds. We'll make those hydroponic tiles there, and they'll just have to, like, fish, probably take this pipe, honestly, and just fish it around to them. And that should be fine. Actually, we can go ahead and do that now. Because what I could do here is I can grab all of you. Oh, there's that there, that's fine. We'll still go this way. Alright, you're going to need to not be the way you are. And then the extra that we have goes up here. And we do that. So it does mean if I ever fall behind that I don't have enough polluted water, this'll all die. But, you know, that's That's a later me problem. Later me hates me. Ooh, I cannot even explain how much later me is not a fan of me. Alright, so that's working. We're getting all the carbon dioxide out of here. We're pulling a bunch of natural gas in. We're lowering the general air pressure.
Thank you Crass for subscribing for 12 months. Future you thinks present you is kinda a jerk face.
Future things present you is kind of a jerk face. You are correct, Krask. And thank you so much for the T1 sub. And that puts it up to the fact that you have been subbed for the channel for a full year. I really do appreciate the continued support. That is amazing and fantastic and everything. So I really do appreciate that you continue to support the channel for that long. I do hope you're enjoying your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you again so much for that continued support. I couldn't keep doing this if it wasn't for support like that. Alright, there goes the regolith that just all fell down on us because I said go dig it out. Meanwhile, this vent, get rid of it so they stop yelling at me that it gets entombed whenever a meteor strikes it. Because it's all the time. And then we'll go ahead and disable them going out there again. And we're good. How's it been going? Alright, so we're ready at this point to get rid of that. And that should be piped in, so that polluted water just feeds into the rest of the system. Excellent, that is perfect. Petroleum's doing real good. We are ready for the natural gas. Where are you? Natural gas one. No, I need one more tile there. That's kind of a pain, that the ethanol actually is heavier. Oh, I'll take a whole lot of Paku. Being quiet last few days, mostly lurking because wife delivered my son this week. 8 pounds, 10 ounces, 20 inches, all digits and appendages accounted for. Well, congratulations. I do hope that the newborn life isn't too tough on you, and that may the child sleep soundly and regularly. But congratulations on the kiddo. Alright, how am I routing this power, by the way? Like, right now, I just want to get it hooked up here. Like, honestly, it would be... Oh, that's interesting. Honestly, it'd be better to be hooked up to this set, I think. No. It's kind of either or, honestly, with which one's the better call. That's fine. So that's going to be out of their reach up there. So I don't want to run up here. So we'll go ahead and run this power through the floor. We will bridge it. Oh, right, there's no direction to power. All right. So that would hook up that. Now, the challenge is that battery's way the heck over there. I am going to want to automate this thing. All right, so that'll be that. So the natural gas, I believe, also has an air out. I believe it's just carbon dioxide. Just chunk that right in there. He's a good sleeper so far. I think that he sleeps well between feedings. He just gets greedy He's just a greedy pork chop when it comes to feeding frequently and amount. Every 2 hours, almost on the dot. Oof. And I suddenly realized I don't. Oh, that's not what I want. That's natural gas in. That's not carbon dioxide out. Alright, so now the tricky part. Oh no, that's... Okay, so this is out. So this is the carbon dioxide. So that goes there. The natural gas in is going to go for a tour across everything. Actually, one less. Alright, and that would be everything I need to get the natural gas online and all that.
Pipe down. Daddy's concentrating.
And the good thing with that is even if it doesn't work, like there's not enough natural gas, like this is already just running manually. So having the natural gas run at all to handle it is just going to make life easier. There'll be more gross water down here. I am going to have to manage to filter out the ethanol. Now the good news is, for filtering out the ethanol, I don't mind just chucking the ethanol down here. I've already got that dealt with, where as the oil fills this up, it kind of corrects that system. So I don't mind just letting that be a disaster. But I do need to get it out of here. So, the first thing that's going to need to happen is I will need the liquid pump down here in the bottom. I do have a very big fat power cable here. Let's get rid of that piece of tile, because I can't build it over that. So go power, big ol' heavy power cable. Alright. So, here is the catch. Hey, thank you for the raid, Northern Quarter. Let me go ahead and get you a shout out real fast. So shout out at Northern Quarter. And you were playing some. It's not telling me the category. I'm gonna guess Uncharted 4, but I don't really know. But I do hope you had yourself a good stream. And welcome in, Raiders. I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold the world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed at 135,121 zombies killed on one life, one character, and that was without any respawns or anything like that, no mods, chain timization, or vehicles, so harder than apocalypse settings and all that good stuff. That said, that record has been beaten, but it is still, my claim to fame. But I do play a variety of games, and at the moment, we start our stream with some RimWorld. I may have doing a little meme thing that went entirely wrong and killed the entire colony. As you probably deduced. So that was a oops. Where's the heavy bridge? Where's the heavy bridge? There's a heavy bridge, right? Got wire bridge, conductive bridge. Where was the heavy bridge? It's fine. I don't need no heavy bridge. Where's the wire? Cancel the building of that wire. The wire gets to do the bridge. Alright. But, was memeing a little bit. We had a mission that Randy gave us, that they gave us 2 dogs and a small army to defend those dogs, and then gave us an absolutely ridiculous number of mechs to defend those dogs against. And we were holding the line really well, and as a meme, I was doing like a get in the chopper moment of, getting the dogs into the shuttle when it arrived and launching them off to save them. And then that army that was there to help me, they left in the middle of the fight. So that wiped us hard. So I 100% killed that colony, memeing and gooing a bit. So we went back to Oxygen Not Included, which is the second game we planned to do on the stream anyways, so we just did it a little earlier. That clip is on Discord, by the way. I am still pissed at myself. I didn't have the game audio set during that time, because Windows updates screwed up my sound setting. So you hear me talk, but you don't get to hear like the the chaos of the gunfire and everything going out the gate, and then just the show doing the little what, and then watching everyone stop fighting and leave. Hey, you're getting burned, friend. All right, so I need to get this ethanol out of here because I want the gross poo water. I am very short on the gross poo water. I need way more of it, and that's not even memeing. I actually do need it because that's making our plants do their plant things. And why is it on the ground? I need it in the irrigation, not there. But I don't need the ethanol, so I gotta get that out of there. So I have two ways I can do this. There's the correct way would be setting up a bunch of filters and all that kind of stuff, or the lazy way is I can just pipe this over here and huck it down the hole until there's no more ethanol in there. And once there's no more ethanol in there, then I don't need to filter it. So I'm gonna go with the huck this over the fence, and come back to that problem later. You're gonna have to go up that high. Oh, nope, don't do that. Oh, that is a problem. It's not a big problem. We can get past that. So just for right now. Oh, right. Sure, down here. Alright, so for just a moment, I need to get rid of that pipe. And we'll do... I can't. I have to wait for it to be gone. I am slightly concerned that we're not getting any crude oil out there. Why not convert the ethanol into polluted water? I don't know where I do that. That's the reason why. I don't know where I do that. Do I have... Is that power? Am I going to be converting the ethanol into polluted water? Is there an ethanol engine here? No, I don't see an ethanol power plant. Refinement. Ethanol distillery. Ethanol distillery will... Oh, that refines lumber into ethanol, so that's not what I'm looking for. Just feeding the combustion engine instead of petrol. Oh. Well, that's... Okay, that seems way easier, actually. Yeah, so that's fine. So get rid of those. I still want to have that pipe over there for later. And what we can do in the meantime is we'll set up this again. I'm gonna actually just use the filter and not fight with it. I know I could do the shut-off valve detector thing, but earlier I had that bite me in the butt, so I'm just gonna go... Yep, so... Yeah, so put that in line. We will cancel the pipe here. We'll make a new pipe. That goes there. And then the rest of that... Oh, wait, I have to back it up one because I have to put a bridge. Cancel that. Cancel that. Cancel that. And... Wifey. Alright, chat, bear with me just a moment. I'm going to slow down the speed, and I'm going to be right back. I'm sorry, I didn't realize she was coming in. I love you.
I love you more.
She has a cute haunted mansion. Pajamas.
Oh, hi, Burning Sun. Hi, Chris.
It's got a little bow.
It does have a little bow. My hubby bought it for me.
Wow, I wasn't trying to do that part, but okay.
As a present.
Yep.
Hi, Claria Star.
Alright. Will you sleep well?
You sleep well.
Never.
You're so handsome.
No.
I married you.
This is true. Alright. I love you.
I love you.
It's a cool pair of pajamas. I can't remember if they're her universe or whatever it is. For those who don't know her universe, you should know her universe if you have a significant other who is into clothes. That sounds like something her universe would have. So Star Wars, Star Trek, Disney, you know, it goes on. Alright, so we've got all that set up. We don't need power for that. And I don't need power for that. I've got a power line running right past that. So that should actually be set up. Is that wired in or not? It doesn't look like it's connected there. Alright, and then this is going to be gross, disgusting water. So I need to wire that in to the gross, disgusting water, which is here. I think the easiest way to do that would be literally cut across that. Go up here. Go up here. And do that. So in theory, that should all be set up and going. Let's pick up the speed again. I forgot I slowed it down. Yeah, so for those who don't know Oxygen Not Included, it is not one of these like colony building games. But the thing that this basically boils down to doing is at any time you have a whole bunch of different things you're juggling, like how is your oxygen? How is the temperature? How is your power? You know, where's your water moving on? And you have to like juggle, okay, I'm planting this plant to give me food to feed my people, but that plant requires water. Okay, well, if that plant requires water, I get my water from over here. Okay, well, I'm pulling extra water from over here, which means now I need to increase my water production. Well, I can increase my water production by doing this, but that generates heat. Well, I can use this to try and cool down my heat, but now I need to get this material. You get the idea. That it's kind of one of these things of like juggling the balance between stuff. I'm going to go ahead and snooze the ad. Since we just had a raid. Unfortunately, it is one of those things these days on Twitch that you do end up having to run ads. But I'm gonna go ahead and like kick the ad just, 3 minutes down the curb. It's as far as I can. No, sorry, 5 minutes down the curb. It's as far as I can, unfortunately. I can't get rid of ads. That's just not Twitch anymore. Twitch cares not for, anything, I guess. But it is the reality of Twitch these days. Scalding, you're working on the oil. Good job, Luxray. You are actually killing yourself. Could you leave, please? We are working on those atmosphere suits, buddy. Don't worry. You'll only have to get second and first degree burns while dealing with keeping our oil production on a little while longer. And then you'll finally be free. Oh, hey, wait a second. I need to set up automation for you so you don't bother running if there's nothing for you to pump out. So let's go ahead and go... automation. Set you up. Because you're actually managing to pull all the air out of here. That is like no air pressure at all. That's actually a bit surprising. That would be one way to not get burned from the air, is to literally make it a vacuum. This spits out air, which is the thing that's burning them. So I guess it wouldn't actually help. Alright, so I didn't even look at what we got queued up here. Sure, have some shiny light bulbs. Alright. So right now we have our two bases. This is the main base, and then this is the one here. Like, this whole base is basically set up to get oil. That's what this base does, is it gets oil. I do actually intend on having more of these running, but until I have the atmosphere suits, it's not going to be great. So let's pop over here. Why are you marked as max stress? Why are people super stressed here? It's just individually and specifically Rongor is stressed out. Rongor, buddy. What's... You're hungry, you're sopping wet, you have major eye irritation, you have yucky lungs, and it's low oxygen. Yeah, that's fine. Those are valid reasons to be pretty upset, actually. Your complaints have been heard. Dismissed, but they have been heard. And we've got our pool of slicksters who we feed carbon dioxide as fast as they'll take it, and they just gobble it all up. Alright. So you're doing perfect. Like, you're actually at a really good temperature. This one room is getting pretty hot, but that's fine. That's all pretty cold over there. What is this that I've got a lot of? This is chlorine. So I do seem to have an endless amount of chlorine in my life. Oh, those saves are getting long. Alright. Oh, right, yeah, so we're still waiting for them to build this, because what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be converting this room, to be able to grow, what is it, reed grass or whatever it is, basically to get cloth. Because I need that to be able to repair my spacesuits, which is the reason I'm not bothering using them yet. Are you going to get yourself killed there, buddy? I appreciate your commitment to making sure that that's happening. Why are you moving so slow? Oh, because you have like a million negative things going on. Because you are having what some people refer to as a bad day. And that's the problem, is now I'm out of oil up here. So we are producing plastic. We're getting there. Then go ahead and go food. Hydroponic farm. Can I just swap you over? Oh, I can. Cool. Because over time, they're going to build across all this. I am going to be filling this entirely up with disgusting, gross, appalling water. It'll be fine, don't worry about it. Alright. Okay. And with that, we start the process of those. No, that's not what we're starting the process with. Those, that's the one. Alright. Body temperature, the water is too cold. That should improve by itself, because this area is going to be hotter. But we're going to have to wait for that. And that's because the polluted water we bring into our base is very, very cold. It's how I actually cool off my base. But this pool should just basically fill up and stay full. Like, I haven't been running that pump in a very long time. Oh, but that's going to be a problem because I don't run the pump. I see. What power grid are you on? Oh, you're on that power grid? That power grid's got power to spare. Timber... Yeah. The atmosphere can be polluted water or water as well. The issue I have is my water is too cold. Now, the other way I can work around this is I can put the thing here where I dump a bunch of heat into this spot to make really cold water to move someplace else. Which may not be a horrible idea. Because that's going to keep getting colder, I think. Because I do need that. The temperature range... not that. The temperature range for you needs to be 71. And right now we're at 57-ish. So these ones will be warm enough, but the rest of it won't. It should fix itself over time. If not, I just change where I'm routing stuff. But this will also help is introducing that pump again, because what that should do, yeah, it's intermingling each one. So instead of just having all of them be 15 degrees, it's going 15, 40, 15, 40. So it should slowly bring the temperature up here as well. I see you're running... Ah, Luxray, I really do appreciate that enthusiasm. I do like oil, and your sacrifices are noted. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so Luxray, get into bed. Because they have to effectively kill the extra pressure, the back pressure. Any amount of pressure injury is enough for you to go in there. So the downside is, this is going to shut down pretty soon if I don't get more oil coming into the system. Alright, so I got a lot more work to do here. Carbon dioxide is full. Natural gas is still filling. There's apparently a puffet egg up there somehow. Okay. I'm surprised those aren't dead yet. They kind of need to be submerged to be okay. How is our polluted water? Alright, so our polluted water reservoirs are getting dangerously low. Which is the thing I use for my primary source of food here, is all that stuff there. So it's pretty concerning that that polluted water is basically on its last limb. Just gotta waiting for that to kick in. Why is our oxygen getting terrible? Because we're at max gas pressure. That's why our oxygen is terrible. Which is interesting because the pressure's lower down here now. So let's just open the door and just start letting the air down. Because that should help. Because of this being higher pressure, it should force the air down, not up. Because that's why, it's both of those turned off because max air pressure. All right. So do I set up... All right. So I think, well, I mean, we're already at max air pressure, so that's not going to help anyways. I was say, do I set up the thing that produces oxygen and hydrogen? It's going to be dependent on the other base to keep feeding this place more water, which isn't necessarily that big a deal. But I do need the air pressure to be in a better place. I think one thing we do here, increase that priority. I do appreciate that both Trevor and Lux are like, no, you don't understand. Oil is too important. Forget all the other priorities. Get that oil machine running. Alright, and what do we have this round? Sure. Still haven't made progress there. It's not saying I don't have material. I think it's basically the materials are getting harder and harder to actually reach. Okay, that'll work. Oil is overrated. Yeah. I mean, people have already brought up the whole Draco thing. I'm not like an expert in this game at all. the last time I played it, not counting this run, was like a year and a half, almost 2 years ago. So, it has been a long time. The big thing I want to do is I got a whole bunch of volcanoes I want to poke. Can't wait to poke those. But I want to get my atmosphere suits where I can repair them before I do that, which is what this is about. Once I have these, I already have steel, I already have glass, I already have all sorts of stuff going on. Let's go ahead and make 10 more. Because I actually produce quite a bit of heat, which will help this problem down here. Alright. Okay, so the air pressure is above 500 grams. Come on. The air pressure is above 500 grams, run, otherwise don't bother. Now, oil is very efficient. Is you convert it to petroleum or gas using boiling. Refinery makes it power inefficient. Gotcha. So you boil the oil? What temperature does that require? 751. Oof. That is a pretty peppy temperature to try and reach. Alright, I'm sure you can do it, but woof. Gotta use magma to get there? Yeah. It's like running an engine on ethanol. You get only like 350 watts from setup. Oh good, it's finally online. Why does that say no filter selected? Oh no. So ethanol, we may have messed this up. How much has gone through here? Oh, that's not what you wanted to see. That is ethanol in our pollution system. Well, it's gonna be dumped into the fresh water. I'm not sure that's an improvement. Oh, no, it's not. It's gonna go directly into our crops because of how I had this set up. Which means we get to do the juggle again where all the crops start screaming about irrigation as they absorb ethanol instead of water, or polluted water. I did not notice that nearly as early as what I want. Pliers? I don't know what you mean. It's a mod. You can break a pipe before it dumps. Yeah, the thing is, if I break a pipe, it's gonna keep dumping it. Like, if I break it up here, it drops it in here. I can put it here, but then I gotta deal with there. I'm just gonna deal with the pain that is going like this entirely too much. And it'll be deeply upsetting beyond all belief. Trust me. No one wants this. The disconnect tool, it's the main in the main game now. The disconnect tool. Extract pipe contents. Empty the pipe. Alright. So last time it said I had to have someone who's capable of plumbing. What do I need skill-wise for plumbing? Is there a duplicate who can do that? Plumbing. Where is... Plumbing is under tidying. Alright, I can find someone to do tidying. I probably wanted that anyways. So, who has got... Tidying. you don't have a second skill point. Tidying plumbing. Oh, that was not the person I wanted to have that. That was the person at the other base. Whoops. It's probably fine. The scissors looking tool can disconnect the pipe without dupe interaction. The scissors looking tool severs connections, liquid pipes. There. There. Oh, okay. I had to click and drag. Alright. So the first thing is going to be fixing that. So, avoid making it worse is step one. There is a huge hang, probably saving. Get in your beds. Marked for emptying. Okay, so they are emptying it. Okay. So with that, let's go to the emptying. Do that. Show the pipes. Oh, this is gonna be rough. So at least we don't have more contaminated stuff coming up. So that's good news. But I did notice it seems to be... Oh, I have to actually cancel it after it's done, don't I? That's interesting. So it looks like we've already got that pipe sorted. I need them to empty that out for the time being. So empty the storage. Now get all the ethanol out of there. I do wish I could click and drag these. The empty storage thing. Yeah, you can just tell me to empty the last pipe in the fluid line. Yeah, that's what I was just thinking, is it's probably how it works. I can deal with that in a moment. Making sure we got all of these ones that have the ethanol in them out first. We're gonna do without food for a little while. Luckily, I've got a decent amount of a buffer. Alright, so let's go cancel these, cancel those, cancel that. Okay. So they're working on getting the ethanol out of the system. And ironically, we're going to be putting ethanol back into that spot. Do we actually use the pitcher? Because I could use the pitcher to slowly pull the ethanol out of here. I mean, you could also set up the filter to keep that moving. I'm not too worried about it, because like I said, this is going to keep producing oil. It should correct itself over time. We can deal with that. You keep saying starvation. Kind of on you. Wait a second. Alright. That's getting severe. What is causing all the air pressure? Because this down here is very low air pressure down here. Yet this keeps getting higher and higher air pressure. I'm not sure what the source is, but this is a very immediate problem. It seems to be mostly concentrated over here, but I'm not seeing anything that emits it. What's the pressure at the algae things? Those over pressurize. It's kind of bouncing around. I think the problem is there's just not enough airflow now, so... However we got the carbon dioxide up here... Because that's the thing, I'm not dealing with oxygen pressure. I'm dealing with carbon dioxide pressure. That's what's throwing me. Like, this is producing a crap ton of carbon dioxide pressure. Alright, how are we doing on getting that? That has not been emptying this entire time, because I didn't click on the right spot. Please get that ethanol out of the pipe already, or we will die. Because one good news is I am exporting all that ethanol. Or not ethanol, that's fine. I'm exporting all of that carbon dioxide. Yeah, the air pressure's not that high down there. I got another one down here that's literally not running because the air pressure's too low. Like, literally, that's the problem, is I've got these two spots that I produce my oxygen at, and both of them are shut down because the pressure's too high. So I don't know what caused the pressure to get away from me. I don't want to open that yet, though. It would relieve the pressure, but then it would also let out my oxygen. Of which, there's not as much as I would like. So a couple things I can do that would help improve the situation here. Try and get a little airflow tiles here. See, that makes much of a difference. I'd love to do stuff over here. I mean, I can put 2 here. That might help a little bit. Wait, did that remove the ethanol and then stop? Oh, it did stop because it can't flow anywhere. Well, that's annoying. So do that. We'll try there and see if where it goes to the filter, it'll stop. Because all the bathrooms are about to seize up as well. Did that literally just shift everything once, so I'm pulling stuff up from the wrong place? It did. Okay. So you can cancel all that but the last one. Yes, it's flowing that way. So I need them to... Why are you suffocating? Don't do that. Yeah, you're fine over here. Over here went... Like, it just lost track and it got really bad because of the air pressure. Keep it going. Until I stop seeing teal. The moment I stop seeing teal, We'll be good at that point. Alright, come on, please. Strider, I need you to pull that water out way faster, man. And I'll need to fix the oil down there. Right now, I just need to get, like, one problem at a time. Get our water lines sorted. Alright, so you still have a decent amount of ethanol in there. Deconstruct liquid storage. We'll turn to bottles. Come on. Come on. Alright, and then we can go here. Alright, so you should have just those last four or five pockets there, and then the 3 here. Then I can get all this back online. Luckily, we did have a bunch of food. We've already burned through 30,000 kcals that since this disaster started. So I really need to get this back online. You get a weird loop still where it shouldn't flow. You get a weird loop up there where it shouldn't flow. Send some food. If it gets bad, I could probably do that. Actually, I don't have the conveyors and all that set up to do that. It shouldn't actually go that way. Hey, this pipe can go, that's right. Because it'll just go through that way. That was just an artifact from before we didn't clean up. There's no more ethanol in a that, because there's always storage with anything in it. I'm saying, sorry, I meant sweep. And cancel wrangling. Sweep that as well. Okay. But then it doesn't know if it should go to the bathroom or the filter, or down the tanks at farms. Well, so far it's only gone this way because of, that's only connected to the exit, not the entrance. So it can't backtrack. This is just the out. Versus this is the inline. So if I highlight this, it'll actually show me all stuff on that line. Technically there is... Oh, that's... Right, and then that's a one-way thing there. Right, a filter there? Oh, yeah. Like, right now, once I connect this, we'll be fine. We're just not there yet. Okay. So you got that sorted. Stop draining from this side. Go to the other side. The other filter. One down here. The clean water filter. This is the clean water filter. So this goes here. That polluted water pops out the other side. Okay, so you've got this. And then this is the clean water. There's a bridge right there. The thing just below your tanks. Yes? So it goes... Oh, you're saying it can go this way. Yeah, it's, so far it's been working. I actually haven't run that thing in forever. It's actually disabled. I couldn't tell you the last time that was turned on. Because I don't have a source of sand that's reliable. And I genuinely need dirty water more than I need clean water. So I've been just leaving it off. It's just from way back I had it. And then I realized I just didn't need it anymore. Alright, so do you have... Alright, so you have a tiny bit of the stuff still, and you do. Alright, so our plant should be back online. When you have a two-way pipe like that, it kind of picks a way to flow, and it hopes it's right. Yeah. The thing is, because that's blocked now, since it's not running... Oh, you're talking about from here, it doesn't know which way to go. Seems to be okay. Because it can't go the other way, because this is solid. Yeah, you just got lucky. Gotcha. I mean, this thing is disabled, so I don't think it'll try and bring stuff here anyways. I mean, I could disassemble if it's that big of a problem. Use the cutters and the branch to it? Yeah, so you're just saying go snip. And I could reconnect it later if I need to. That checks out. That seems like a good idea. Sure. Okay, so it seems like all this should be in better shape. This should sort itself out. It's going to be slow actually putting more polluted water into the system for a long while. Just because of what we're dealing with now. But I think that's just what we're stuck with. Polluted water was always a pain point on the system. I just not producing enough of it. Which, again, feels weird, but sometimes the game just feels weird. Okay, so you've got that. Alright, so you got all that ready. So you can go food. Copy settings. Are you mixing the ethanol and petroleum now? Yes. But I'm mixing it after a bridge, so it shouldn't be able to go back into the plastic production. I mean, at least it's going into this. So there's a bridge here, and that doesn't accept ethanol, so I don't believe there's a case where we get into a problem. Not unless I completely depleted all of my petroleum, which shouldn't happen before I run out of ethanol. Yeah, no, I gotcha. But in this case, because it's backlogged with that, it shouldn't be able to go the other way. This is gonna tap out of ethanol long before that. Though, like, even what's in there already shouldn't go. The question is, have I hooked that up down there? Like, I keep being tempted to get rid of the sensor and then do a split here. Like, go up here on this. I'd probably have to, like, fish it past and then plug it right into that. I mean, the other way I could get around is just put a T there. Because I haven't really had it when I have, like, a bridge there that'll, like, go back. It kind of just, like, it's because of the plastic. I get that part. And I could put a bridge there to make it a non-issue, but I'm just gonna let it do its thing. Because ultimately, once I get all the ethanol... Well, actually, I have this where we can put ethanol back into it, so probably not. Long term, I just need to get the ethanol out of here. Okay. Oh, can I put going into medical beds when you're injured as the highest priority? So you're actually getting kind of close to the point where that'll turn off. Oh, that's because the carbon dioxide thing went dormant. Alright, so it looks like our sublimation station, that one's turned back on. This one hasn't yet, just because it has to get that oxygen all the way over. Oh, here's one thing that'll help that move around a little bit better. Make that so it air filters so that I can get across the way easier. This it won't be able to because of the water and all that anyways. And up there won't matter. Carbon dioxide will generally sink. Who's trapped and where? Why are you the way you are? Must build... Oh, it's... Please hurry. Yep, that's fine. Just put it back down. Ah, the dupes. If there is a place they can corner themselves, they will corner themselves like 100% of the time. Alright. Yeah, those will never have stuff on them. That's fine, I don't really care that much. We already are planting more of these than I need. Okay, so this needs to be considerably hotter than it is. It is one of those things that it should improve over time, because... Oh, actually, it's made this whole area way colder. Well, that's a bummer. The good news is, once this starts running, that should correct the problem. Did I... Oh, I ran out of iron. So we should be able to get that. We'll deal with that in a minute. Because that's not killing that colony. That's literally just preventing the progress from the reeds. Okay, so the air pollution... Alright, so that's kicking on from time to time now, so we're getting closer. So the problem we have now is... Oh, no, it's not. I was worried that we're starting to get the polluted oxygen down here because of the pull of that, but that doesn't seem to be the case. So you gained a skill point. That's fine. Alright. I'm surprised this Paku haven't died yet. I mean, honestly, for the moment... I mean, over here. Get this ethanol out of here. We want to get the ethanol out of here as well. But that's not... I mean, it'll be the same design, and it won't be that much different. I'm just going to have to fish around. I'm kind of hoping we can just pull up the ethanol from this spot real fast. Oh, right, you're going to get water in here, too. Like, regular water is going to also be a thing. That's not what you want. Cancel that spot. Because we do start having the oxygen work its way back in here, that'll be a thing. I'll have to shut that off. I just realized that's going to put the ethanol right back in. So cancel putting the ethanol in just polluted water. It's got to be a decent way, because like right now the ethanol is not moving. Which is not what I expected. I expected the oil, because of the way it was behaving, just get underneath the ethanol. But this seems to be building up next to the ethanol, like splitting it half and half, which doesn't help me at all. So I'm going to have to fish that ethanol around over here, which I probably what I'll do. Just put a pipe over this way and just plug it in once it's done. Fluids are goopy? Yeah. I'm just not used to them being quite that goopy. Well, that's not good. I'm running out of polluted water entirely. Well, that's not part of the plan. Oh, okay. I was like, wait a second, why is that backed up so hard? Okay, the moment I start seeing oxygen of any kind in that line, I gotta close this door at that point. Sure, have pug slug. I don't care. Irrigation? Well, it's just these ones. Maybe it was just like one last spot of ethanol that snuck by. I wish you could assign it so they would just handle it themselves. By the way, for the reminder, go to bed. Yeah, I know. Yeah, just fluid water. Oh, it's probably saying irrigation because it doesn't have enough water. It's not that I need to take more out. Okay. But, at that point, Burning Sun is on the point. I did go a little bit longer because we did have a raid towards the end. But what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to pause this, and I'm going to finish my recording.